That.
Wait, what the hell was? Okay,
What?
we're doing this again.
What you did what?
I'm out of
I counted it out.
No, you went in half a beat early.
I did not. I was counting it out with my head.
It's a Tuesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
Oh, you're on time with that. How's it going, female
Doing
buddy?
good, buddy.
57 degrees right now, a little bit cloudy. Rain is coming between 6 and 7 o'clock this morning. And then the rain comes back
Oh, yeah?
around dinner time for the rest of the night. But we do have a high of 68, diddling 70, depending on where you are.
And this has been one dreary as May.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what they say? May, in like a lion, rain like a bitch. What they say.
Isn't that March?
It was a joke.
Yeah.
Great start all the way around in the room to a Tuesday. Everyone's doing great. I want to start the show by putting a smile on Tommy Mule's face.
Oh, what
That's
happened
pretty
to somebody?
tough.
What's that? Oh, no. It's not somebody. It's something. Kimmy, there was one thing I know that
Okay.
will make Tommy
All
Mule
right.
laugh without control.
Yeah.
Story on 10 NBC last night
What'd I say?
says that they have found a whole bunch of the rental e-bikes and scooters
Yeah, would they find them?
thrown into the Genesee River.
Oh, no.
It's probably they're building that reef thing up again, where they sink things. So somebody chucked them into the river.
So Berkeley Breed, Berkeley does.
He's on it.
He's the investigative reporter.
Yeah.
He walked up and down the riverbanks to find multiple scooters and bikes chucked into the river. So,
I am surprised that hasn't happened before, now that I'm thinking about it.
I mean, maybe it has. Cause
Yeah.
So these are the ones you see. I mean, if you put it into the
Yeah.
center of the river, you wouldn't know where they
Right.
are. So the headline reads, e-bikes and scooters found dumped in Genesee River. Company says it's working to remove them. So, like, okay, when you hear that,
Yeah.
give me a number of scooters you think they found in the river.
10.
10. It says that there's 3.
Oh. All
Okay,
right.
at least they saw 3.
That they
I'm
know
just
so
thinking
far.
like
Yeah.
it was probably like one guy like, I'm going to throw these in the river, and I don't know how many you have within like that area. So he's probably limited in how many he could throw
You
in.
get a hold of?
Yeah.
Okay, so some interesting facts here.
Yeah.
If you want to chuck the scooters in the river, it takes a lot of work because these scooters and bikes weigh 83 pounds.
Yeah, they're not
Damn.
that light, right?
No. So the other day, I was pulling in, and I park on the street out here,
Yeah.
and there was a bike just sideways where I normally park, so I had to get out of my car and move it, and I had never really
Not
touched
easy.
one of these
Yeah.
things. I'm glad no one was around because I looked like a giant. I figured, I'm like, I got this.
That heavy.
I like lifted up over the curb, like, but it says that these bikes
Yeah.
retail for $3,500.
bet.
You're kidding me.
I am not kidding y'all.
And we're just leaving them on the goddamn street for anybody to vandalize.
Well, that's the design of them. You leave them on the street.
Jesus Christ, man. How is this cost effective?
What is this cost? It isn't here, Rochester.
By the way, what's it going to cost to get the damn things out of the water?
It costs one guy to walk down there and get them out of the water. They're just waiting for the river to slow down because they don't want anyone getting swept away by the river.
Yeah. Is it up here in the city or is it down, like by
Downstream.
Charlotte or something?
Downstream.
Well, because they would go over to the falls, right?
Yeah, they call them the sand patch of e-bikes. No, according to the story on 10 NBC, Berkeley Breen spotted the bikes on the river near the convention center and on the west bank of the Blue Cross Arena.
Oh, all right.
So right in that area. I guess, if they seem heavy enough where they just sink to the bottom.
Yeah,
right?
I don't
probably.
know.
They're not
Yeah,
too
they're 80
move.
pounds.
Yeah, right. So why do you enjoy this so much?
Because it was such a dumb idea. Like,
It's
other
still-
cities
still
got
big.
rid of these things for a reason.
Okay.
Big cities that wanted them go, no, thank
Well, they
you.
were having, I think the bigger cities too were having problems with like drunk people on them.
Drunk people and people getting hurt.
It's one of the smartest ideas we've ever had. Look, I was with you in the beginning. I was with you.
I was skeptical, but I see them used all day.
I mean, people are
Seen them
using.
used in the morning.
I see them.
I see him in the morning, in the night.
All right, so I walk 100 feet into
this is
this
the
building.
only time he sees them, by the way.
Yeah, I know. He's not.
I've
good at
seen
it.
2 damaged ones just in my little walk.
You've seen
one was
damaged one.
Yeah.
One was
It's the
throwing
same
down the
one.
stairwell, and then the other one was I don't know what happened to that other one, man. That thing was like smashed.
So there was one outside the front of our building here. It looked like somebody tried to take the tire off, but they didn't have the tools to do
Something,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, so it was
It
all
was just
like
wrecked.
mangled.
So that's 2 in my little walk.
Okay, but here's the thing. This company keeps coming back every year. So it says here in the story on 10 NBC that, is it Velo is the name of the company?
Velo,
Sounds
Velo,
good.
something like that.
Okay, so they have 1,200 bikes and scooters in the greater Rochester area. They say this problem with chucking them in the river and breaking them quote, not large scale. Most of our fleet of 1,200 bikes and scooters are intact.
Here's the problem. Somebody else hears it. Somebody else is going to start throwing these things in the water.
One person does it, it's a domino effect.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's the thing. I'm also going to assume that the kind of person who chucks a scooter or an e-bike into a river isn't sitting down for the 6 o'clock news every Monday night.
No, but
Well, I'm done with my long day of
word gets around.
chucking e-bikes in the river. Let me catch up on my daily news. Oh, that's a good idea.
It's going to be kids.
Shut up.
Also, to Pat's point, those things are heavy. How many of them could you, I mean, before you're winded, how many of them do you think you could chuck around?
Looks like 3.
Because I'm guessing the one you found in the stairwell, somebody tried to bring up the stairs and gave up.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
Like, write it down through the parking garage. That'd be
Oh,
fun.
could have been.
Woo! Woo!
Well, they go because we had some parties up there. Don't forget.
Yeah.
You used to see them late at night, right?
And again, I was super jealous of them. Late at night, early in the morning. I get here at 3. They would
The top floor of the parking area here is the six flights up. Yeah.
Yeah. So like in the summertime, they look like high school kids.
Man, they must be having a ball.
Bro, it sounded like so much fun. Like the music's
I just want to
going.
go up there and do some shots.
Yeah. Hello, fellow teenagers.
What's happening, gang?
252 WCMF. Story on 10 NBC last night that we knew would get Tommy's morning started off right. 10 NBC found several, and by several we mean 3,
Yes.
e-bikes and scooters that had been chucked into the Genesee River. These are the ones that you rent through this company that is contracted with the city of Rochester. All right.
And then you said they're $4,000 almost. a piece?
$3,500.
Well, plus tax.
Shut
you
up.
got to add the sales tax.
How about the taxes? Kimmy, can you do some math for me? Pull up the calculator real quick. What is 3,500 times 1,200? Because that's a significant investment in our community by this company. And I understand it's for profit, and they wouldn't be doing this if they weren't making money. But, Kimmy, what did this company invest in for scooters in Rochester?
So 3,500 times 1,200, $4.2 million.
So that's $4.2 million. No, wait a minute. That can't be right.
You'd never make your money back.
3,500 times 1,200.
3,500 times 12.
There's no way you'd make your money back. Ever.
Times 1,200. It's $4.2 million.
They must be. I mean, they wouldn't do it if they weren't making money.
Unless they get money, they're subsidized by the city to bring them here.
Oh, well, see, that's what I also wondered. Like, and this, we don't have an answer to this. Does the city pay them to do this, or do they pay the city so the city, like, gives them a contract? Because I can see it working either way.
Right, yeah.
Like the city paying them to come here so we have access to this, or them paying Rochester so they have the ability to operate in the city and make money. I mean, look, I get that $4.2 million, but
that's quite an investment, man.
It is quite an investment, man.
You ain't making no money back like that.
Well, no, but let's say that these things can operate for 5 seasons. Like, you're thinking small term here. You got to think.
You mean
big.
5 months?
Well, no, let's say 5 summers.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Gotcha,
Like,
gotcha.
you know,
like,
one.
so 5 years, yeah.
Exactly. Like 5 years in total. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
You would break even in 5 years.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Like, you're anticipating they have to buy all new scooters every year.
No. I'm just saying, like, your initial investment, how long before you get that $4 million back, then you start making a profit.
Maybe they get it in one summer. I mean, there's 1,200 of these things. It's not as cheap as you think it is.
How much does it cost to rent it?
I remember.
That's what I was wondering, too.
$20 an hour?
Can you? No, it goes by the minute, I think.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but I want to say it's like $1 a minute.
So it's $60 an hour.
Yeah, something like that. Does that sound right?
All right.
But then again, they go 20 miles an hour, so you can get pretty far on 60.
Right.
But maybe I could look. Don't quote me. I remember seeing this the other day and being like, "Wow, that's actually more expensive than I thought it was going to be." But if you got like a 10-minute ride, you know, $10 as opposed to like taking
chip a tooth,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
split a lip.
You know what the problem is here, Kim?
Who's the problem?
You know what the problem is here, Kim? See, now you know he's out. Now you know he's on ammunition because he's doing hands and impressions.
Let me explain
of
something.
nothing.
Let me explain it.
Okay, I think we did the math wrong because Lori says count those zeros on Instagram.
I am looking. Okay.
We have a bad habit of bad
3,000.
We can't do math with a calculator.
I want to. Okay. 3,000.
You can't even say calculator. We can't do math with a calculator. You just said
$3,500. I'm looking at it. Times
$500.
$1,200.
Count it to
It's $4.2 million.
No, but it's not dollars. It's 1,200.
Wait, what?
1,200 bikes.
I'm sorry, 1,200. Whatever, 1,200.
Okay, don't get frustrated with me. We don't have a good trial. I'm just telling you what Lori wrote us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF on Instagram.
Put it in a calculator. I mean, somebody else can do
Look,
it.
Kimmy, you put it in a calculator yourself.
I don't know if I'm
Why
doing
don't you do your own
something
damn
wrong.
calculate.
If I'm doing something wrong, I don't know what it is.
God,
Because I've done it like 4 times
It
now.
is mind-blowing to me
Yeah.
that we could find the 3 least mathematical human beings on the planet. Give them microphones and put them all in a room together.
Oh, God.
This is the one time I'm double checking my work.
There has never been a time on this show where we've had to do math where we haven't either screwed it up or somebody tells us we did it wrong.
Yeah, we never nailed it.
As we talk again about these the rental e-bikes and scooters.
Yeah.
Matthew says 4.2 million is correct. Lori, how you like
I
that?
was going to say.
She says she's right. Thank you, Lori. Anyway, these e-bikes and scooters that were found chucked in the Genesee River on this story on 10 NBC last night. You know what your problem is?
Me?
Yeah.
What's
you want to do the impression
Hey,
again?
Who told you about me? Go ahead, psychologist. What do we call it?
Psychologist?
He wasn't trying to make a joke.
What's a psychologist?
Psychologist.
What is it?
You added a weird.
No, you're like
psychologist.
a psychologist is someone who's like, I'm a psychologist. Really? No,
Psych.
psychologist. Idiot.
I like psychologist better.
When these first came out, you thought they were a bad idea.
Yeah, and they still are,
And
man.
I was with you. We thought about all
We
of
were
these
skeptical,
things.
and
Yes.
we had them before, and they came and went.
Well, they got
But
stolen,
those were
remember,
just,
the first set?
But those were just regular bicycles.
Oh.
Those weren't.
Yeah, they
e-bikes.
weren't e-bikes
Oh,
and
you
stuff like
pedal
that.
on.
Yeah. All right. So, look, we were worried there were going to be injuries. We were worried these things were going to get taken like the bikes did
Sure.
initially. But we have seen with these run of e-bikes and scooters, that has not happened. We don't have mass reports of injuries. If people got hurt, you would see it in the news because there's some in the river,
right.
and there's a story about that today.
All right.
We have not seen them get taken, right? They just said in this story that the majority of their 1,200 bikes that they have here in Rochester are functioning.
Okay.
So, like, it's okay to look at what's happened over the last couple of years and be like, I was wrong. These have actually worked out for people.
Are they still in some of the suburbs? Because I thought they were going to be in like Pittsford and like Brockport
I
or
ain't
something
seen one
too.
person in Pittsford on these.
So maybe they
goddamn
never
things.
got there, but I did. I thought
They got
that they
their own
were
scooters.
putting them in a few of the areas around and outside of Rochester.
We did a story on it. I mean, I'm not out in Brockport a lot, so I
Yeah.
haven't seen them. I do distinctly remember these coming to Pittsburgh because you freaked
yeah,
out.
But I've never seen anybody on one.
No, he might.
but have you seen them like parked anywhere?
No.
Oh,
He
so
might have a valid point that like enough people have their own things
Yeah,
like this.
true.
Where,
It's Fancy Town.
and
And the only people I see around here are sketch. Early morning sketch on them scooters.
Well, it's also like 4 a.m.
Right.
So
But,
sketch with credit cards.
yeah.
If you have a credit card, you can't be that sketch. Because we were both at a point where we were not allowed to have credit cards.
That's true. All right. So you're just above sketch.
No, but like, looking back on it, I mean, this makes sense in the city of Rochester because like there are places where you have to go where it's a long ass walk.
Yeah.
And it's not a direct route. Like you got to get to work, go shopping, go to see buddies, going to a bar, whatever. Fine. Whereas Pittsford, everything is walkable.
Yeah.
Like there's nowhere in the
It's
village.
lit and it's safe.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
Kimmy, there is nowhere in the village of Pittsburgh where
Yeah.
you can't walk there within 10 minutes.
Yeah.
yeah, true.
The scooter's
How far are you
pointless.
taking
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Because like even if you were paying by the minute, you'd be done in 30 seconds.
But I don't even know how you ride these things in the city, considering the conditions of the streets and the sidewalks
My
and the amount
God.
of litter and debris and crap in the streets that they haven't gotten to clean up yet.
So I take Main Street to work every day, and they have those bike paths that I see people use them on.
Oh, but yeah, and I ain't getting in that goddamn
They're
thing.
like brand new.
You think anybody's obeying that thing?
They just
I mean,
built
yeah.
Oh, it's green. I'm not going to use that to go around somebody.
No, it's like it's parallel to the sidewalk. It's not on the road.
I've seen
It's
it.
like the bike
you haven't.
paths.
Yeah,
next
but you
to
could
the
drive
sidewalk.
on it. I could put my
No,
car
no,
on it.
no, not
It's
on
in the
Main
street.
No.
No, the bike path's on the sidewalk on Main Street.
I still wouldn't do it. Full potholes.
Potholes
Sketch.
on the brand new bike path. Okay. We have a dynamite. I'm not changing my opinion for nothing.
Watch where you go.
Gotta
Just
break,
saying.
break room. This morning here on CMF just after 7 o'clock this morning. Excuse me. Just after 9 o'clock. It's Tuesday. You know
Yeah.
what that means.
Oh, it's what's Kimmy doing in your hood on a scooter?
Have you tried the scooter yet?
No, I have not tried it yet.
Oh, Miss Cool. Downtown all the time. You haven't cryptoed on a scooter yet?
I have not cryptoed on the scooter.
Cryptoed
no.
on a scooter.
Heading down to the craft beer
Heading down
bar
to my psychologist.
after a couple of bong hits.
Kimmy's got a post in the neighborhood app. We're going to try and get some like Ritalin and Tommy's coffee somehow in the commercial break. She's going to read it out loud. We're going to do Where They Whine just after 9 o'clock. Set your phone alarm. Come back and see us. Also, just after 7 o'clock, the going to school in the town of Greece is going to be a little bit different for kids, starting for a few schools the end of this year, all of them next year.
Is this bad?
Well, it depends.
Parents going to
It's
get
been
old
something I think that people have talked about for a really long time, but we have not seen it implemented yet.
All right, so
most
we know,
schools.
We know, Kimmy, that the state cell phone ban has come in the beginning of next year.
Yeah.
Fun fact, Greece School District has had that ban for the last 2.
Oh.
And they said about a month ago they had new technology they were going to be implementing where when kids were walking into school, they'd be able to tell if they had cell phones or weapons on them. And people went, ooh, what could that technology be? We now know what it is. And
So they just scan the kid?
well, that's just it. You've used this technology before.
I have?
You have. And
All right.
for when it comes to keeping kids safe, yeah, this looks like it's going to work just fine.
All right.
It also may change the way that your kid enters and feels about being at school.
All right.
And, I don't know. This is one of those things where it's like, I'm not sure how I feel, but we got to talk it out.
Okay.
We're going to talk it out. It's after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy,
Yeah.
speaking of school,
What
it's a very important week at your kid's school.
What are they doing?
What do you mean, what are they doing? The kids aren't doing anything.
As usual.
It's what they got all the potholes in them. It's what the teachers do for your kids
Oh.
and the appreciation they deserve.
So this is an appreciation day.
This week, specifically today, and if you haven't done it yet, you can make your kid look like a dick in front of everybody.
Oh.
Next here in the break room on CMF. These people deserve appreciation, despite the fact that Tommy argues against it every time it comes up.
So they're not appreciated at all.
I don't think
they came up with this day.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Day and week. I mean,
Yeah.
today is the day.
But they get a kind of a week.
Well, yeah, they do. They
Wow.
get a whole week long. And the question becomes, if you are sending your kid to school today,
Yeah.
what are you sending them with?
So you had to come bearing gifts?
You don't have to do anything. But how you look if you do
Oh, okay.
or if you don't
Yeah.
matters here.
Yeah, sure.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, we are now fully in food truck season in Rochester.
Oh, it's busted out. Huh?
Well, I mean, look, Lilac Festival's this weekend.
yeah.
All the bars, Kimmy, in the greater Rochester area, they'll have their food trucks if they don't have a restaurant. Mm-hmm. We already knew that one classic food truck would not be appearing again this summer. Turns out the other, maybe most popular in food truck, won't be around either.
Why are they down?
Because it turns out it costs way more. And I'm not talking about buying the truck and making the food. I'm talking about everything outside to operate a food truck than you would ever anticipate.
Wow.
What's the other expensive?
Maintenance, maybe?
No, folks that own food trucks are arguing they are being squeezed out.
Oh, really?
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week to all of you teachers out there. Why are you laughing?
What a racket, man.
What is a racket?
Union gig. Summer's off. Thank you for your service. We appreciate you. I salute you. And your summer's off.
You know that most teachers work a different job in the summer, right?
They don't need to. That's
they
side cake. So they can put in their built-in swimming pools and their sports cars.
Built in as opposed to the built-out swimming pools, which is
Whatever.
called a lake.
In-ground pools and their hot tubs.
I would like to point out we had a room of 12 middle schoolers in here a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And you didn't even know what the hell to do. And you didn't have to do anything. You just sat there like this.
Well, I don't know nothing about no. You think I paid attention in middle school?
So
But
it's Teacher Appreciation Week all week long. Today is specifically Teacher Appreciation Day.
so what do you have to do for that?
Well, you do whatever you want. So
All right.
there is no established rules on Teacher Appreciation Day. I'm sure all you teachers that can hear us that are headed to school are gonna show up to maybe a cupcake or a candy bar from your school, nice, whatever.
Cute.
But there will be kids that do things.
Mm-hmm.
There are parents that are aware that it is Teacher Appreciation Day, and they will send their kids in with gifts.
So you got to gift up.
You don't have to do anything.
But if you want to look above and beyond.
So let's talk about that.
Yeah.
And I want to start with Kimmy.
Yeah, sure.
Because I already know that you're going to go off on your little man tangents.
No, I'm going to be quiet.
Oh, go ahead.
Kimmy.
Yeah.
What? Sorry.
Kimmy.
Yeah.
The kid who brings something in for a teacher on Teacher Appreciation Day is...
I think about more the parent than the kid because it's usually the parent's idea.
Okay. So how do you look at that parent?
Probably it's probably a mom that volunteers a lot at school.
Okay. So are you
That
arguing?
maybe has a little bit more of a relationship with that teacher.
Okay. All right. But you don't judge them in any way for doing this?
I probably was that kid at some point.
Okay.
Not that my mom volunteered a lot, but I feel like I brought teachers gifts before. So I guess as the kid that did it, I don't know what people thought of me.
All right. A Tommy Muley, a nation turns its lowly eyes to you. Finish this sentence.
Yeah, go ahead.
The family that sends their kid off with a gift for Teacher Appreciation Day is...
That's a douchey family. You know it is, man. We know the type. We know the moms that butt in, get too involved, show up all the time, have these opinions.
My wife is sending my kids with teacher's gifts today.
She's one of the good ones. But I understand. She's a higher up.
A higher up douche?
No, she's not a douche.
No,
She's a higher up.
I heard
She's
douchey,
No.
douchey, sticking their noses,
She's one of the good ones.
don't take care of their kids,
She,
dope chopping, weed transporting. What's douchey about sending a gift along for Teacher Appreciation Day?
it's overkill, man.
Oh.
Hey, you're just doing it to suck up. You're teaching your kid to be a suck butt.
All right, so
Suck butt.
You're raising a suck butt.
both of
boy.
my daughters are suck butts.
No.
I literally
Again,
told you.
They
I
are
don't
the
know how
good
you're
ones.
gonna talk yourself out of this one.
And by the way, they go to these highfalutin schools. I understand it. You're getting educated by the jet set over there.
Oh, is that what it is?
The
That's
fancies.
a difference?
I don't
That's
know
a
if you're
difference?
making this better for yourself.
You're with the fancies over there.
Says man whose father spent the equivalent of $80,000 on 1 year of private school that he failed out of.
My father was a huge suck butt. South Florida suck butt boy.
So I am curious, and I understand that there are teachers that are afraid to call the show because they don't want anyone to recognize their voice. I mean, no one knows who you are.
Yeah.
There is the idea, as you use the eloquent term, suck butt. that bringing a gift in for a teacher can sway them one way or another on your kid.
It's almost like you're buying a vote.
Is that true? Does that work? I mean, are teachers' integrity that easy to buy?
But I'm guessing
You're
like
only
a
human,
kid,
right? If you give me a gift, I'm going to be nicer to you.
No, not necessarily. You get gifts all the time. You throw them on the floor.
It's got to count more coming from a kid who isn't necessarily the best student or sometimes gets in trouble than it does coming from like the kid that's already good at school.
No, see, I see it the opposite. The
You
kid that
do?
gets in trouble, that mother is trying to grease the wheel.
Oh, yeah, she's buying
But I'm
votes.
saying, like, don't you think, like, if your kid's already good at school, how is that going to help them any more than because they don't need it? You know what I mean?
I mean, I guess it could be the difference between a B and an A and an A plus.
Maybe.
What's the going gift? You know, like what these kids bring in normally? Is it gift cards?
It runs the gamut. I mean, there's gift cards, there's like sweets, there's chocolate.
all, like,
Is there a
teacher
limit you can
themed
do?
stuff.
Do they always set a limit, or you can just bring in whatever? you
Again,
want?
this is not an official thing.
Right, so you can bring in whatever you want.
Whatever the heck you want. I mean, gift cards seem pretty standard, but then it gets into the debate of like, what do you put on the gift card?
amount.
Is it a cup of coffee? Is it $10? Is it $25? Because like $25 if your kid's in elementary school, that's one teacher. $25 if your kid's got 8 teachers throughout the day.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that gets ridiculous. Do you pick one teacher that your kid really likes, and that's the person you give it to? Does that shut out the rest of the teachers? Because they're going to talk. You know, there's some
Oh, you know they're going to compare notes for
some
sure.
douche teacher that's going to be, oh, look what I got from Claire Duffy. You didn't get it. My youngest is all about, like, making sure the teachers get gifts from her.
And she's a really good student. She doesn't have to do any of this.
But she is that kind of student. Like, she wants to build that relationship. She probably, you know, is that kid that stays after for extra help, extra credit, whatever. So, I mean, it kind of goes hand in hand with those students.
But it's funny. Like, my 2 daughters cannot be more different. My oldest is completely unaware that this is even a thing this week. My youngest, the only reason I know it is Teacher Appreciation Day and Teacher Appreciation Week is because my youngest for the last 2 weeks has been telling me, we have to go get something, we have to go find something, we have to go do something.
Man, that's an amazing kid.
Yeah. Suck butt, what I hear.
Above and beyond.
Above and beyond is suck butt. Suck butt and then some.
Like, if I was a teacher, it would be hard not to favor those kids a little bit. It would just because they went out of their way to do something.
They're self-taught almost. Like, I don't have to do a damn thing. This kid's going to do it all.
We're not teachers.
Oh, look at you. I love how you change your tone like a bitch. You bitch. Have a take and stick to it.
I have a take. Many takes. Many people.
252 WCMF. It is Teacher Appreciation Week. Today is actually Teacher Appreciation Day. And again, this is not like an official thing. There is no like mandatory thing you have to do, but there will be kids bringing gifts in for their teachers today. Tommy said those parents are douches and the kids are suckbutts. Kimmy was one of those kids, which then also makes Kimmy a suckbutt.
She was a suck no butt.
That's so weird when we're talking about me as a kid.
Go awfully quiet in here all of a sudden.
What's that?
Oh, what? If you're going to pretend not to hear somebody, you can't wait 5 seconds before you go, what?
He also did the mouth open thing.
Emily writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get it. She says, teachers do not change grades based on a student giving them a gift. And then she does the laughy cry face.
I don't know if
Of course
they
they make
necessarily
adjustments.
change the grades, but I just think it helps if, like, you need that extra little boost.
You get a little
for
nudge.
something.
You get a little push. You get a little nudge.
Or maybe that teacher's more willing to, like, put the time in with you as a student.
Because it's a judgment call, right? Grades.
No, I mean, most of the time it's,
Like your overall grade.
It's yes,
like,
it's right or wrong answers.
How are you in your 60s? You don't know how grades work.
I think if you're close, I bump you up a little.
Okay, I guess that's possible, but I'm saying it's not like you get to look at a kid and be like, hey, like they take tests. Those tests are their grades.
All right.
Whatever they score on the test is the average out. Do you really not know that?
Well, I thought like on some things, like let's say you wrote a paper on something, and I just read it, and I'm gonna grade you on it.
Fair enough,
right? Yeah. I would say, looks like a B, but you know what? You gave me that gift certificate. I give you a B plus.
I don't know why you'd say that out loud.
That's how I do.
Okay. You know, there are times throughout the school year where parents feel obligated to give gifts, right? Because like, okay, your argument is you're a douche for doing Teacher Appreciation Day gifts.
Yes.
What about Christmas? Christmas time.
But it's not a holiday. It's a family holiday. How are teachers now in on the family holiday?
I would argue that teachers spend more time with most kids than their actual families do.
They come over and clean our toilets. What? You want to be part of the family? I'll come over when the tax bill shows up.
Come over when the tax bill shows up.
You ain't no family, man.
Says Tommy Muley.
My last name ain't Schwartz or Smith. Get the hell out of here with
the
that.
hell is wrong with you, man? All right, Kimmy.
It doesn't end. It has no ending.
All right, Kimmy.
Yeah.
There are also parents that will give end-of-year gifts to teachers.
Yeah.
What is that holiday?
Because it's
hey, time off.
Again, your name is not Kimmy.
That's the last time, if you're in elementary school, that you're going to have that teacher. So it's like, hey, thanks for being a great teacher.
I mean, but that doesn't do anything to, like, help you out.
No, that's just I appreciate you as a teacher kind of gift.
So
it
that's-
probably
So it's a
means
tip.
more to teachers than anything, right?
So basically, it's a tip for the end of your little kid's career there at the little school.
Got that?
But that's what it would be, right?
It would be at the end of the year, so you'd still see
No,
that
but you're saying like, you're saying
annually.
Every year I got to tip you out.
It's not a tip.
It kind of is.
It's appreciation.
It's like if you're going on a cruise and they give you those envelopes at the end of the cruise.
Okay. Brittany writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. The best gift I ever received was a trooper sticker for my car. All right, don't tell me you can't be bought, Brittany. Is that the one people use to
get at us?
Gets them out of
because they
tickets?
think they can. Yeah, they can do whatever they want, and the troopers just let them go.
You are in a saucy mood this morning.
I'm full of sauce, brother.
White sauce. All right, Elijah.
That would be a weird gift.
What's that, trooper sticker?
Yeah, like it's useful.
Here you go, heavy
But-
drinker.
Yeah, but
Could you have picked the worst thing?
But that's what people think.
Oh, my
we know
God.
guys that
Oh,
think
my
you
God.
get those. We know guys that
wasn't
you
thinking
get
that.
those, and you get out of DWIs. You know what I'm talking about, bro. He hands them out like cards.
Keyword think. You were saying
it's kind of like, hey, thinking about doing something illegal? You're
Yes.
covered.
Absolutely.
Elijah writes us on Twitter, Duffy at WCMF on Twitter. He says, Teacher Appreciation Day. Please stop with the goddamn mugs. My wife got enough of them. Thank you. Sincerely, a concerned husband of a teacher.
I do feel bad because I was guilty of that as a kid, like the teacher-themed Christmas ornament, like the teacher-themed mug, the teacher-themed desk thing. I don't know. It was always teacher-related, and I'm sure that they now have like boxes of those things
yeah.
by the end of their career.
But it's just not that counts. Like, here's the thing. I'll be frank. My kids' teachers are great.
Yeah.
Right? I don't really care if they're going to use what I give them. It's just the fact I went out of my way to do something. I have crossed it off my list.
I don't know why the hell you think you got to give a gift when you're already paying to go to that school and you pay school taxes.
Okay.
So you're doubling up, right?
Yeah.
And you're paying premium, and you're paying school taxes, and you think you got to give them a gift?
I do think it matters, like, to show appreciation for people, old man Wade.
How about that check you write?
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not like I write the check and slide it into the pocket of the teacher. I mean, yeah, I do appreciate what these teachers do for my kids.
It's too much.
Look, I went to that school. I would have dropped out of high school had I not found that place.
So I guarantee your old man never sent you with a gift.
My mother would.
Did she really?
Well, only because she worked as a teacher's aide for a couple of years.
She step up?
No, of course not. But
she knows the system.
Yeah,
she knows how this works.
So, like, did the mug have, like, lipstick stains on it that you gave her?
My mother cannot afford lipstick.
I know.
Shut up. Let's take a break. We got a problem.
Little gloss for that.
Shut up. We got a problem.
What's the problem?
It is food.
For quite the day today.
Yeah,
I
no
think.
kidding. We're not even at 6:45 yet.
Oh, my chest hurts.
Good. I hope you're dead before 10.
The giggle monster over there.
Giggle monster. We are in food truck season.
Yeah.
And you may be excited about going back and finding your favorite food trucks from Rochester history past.
Yeah.
We got some bad news. We already knew that one of the most popular ones was not going to be returning. Now, arguably, the most or second most popular is not returning.
Oh.
And it's because they are saying that operating a food truck now is almost financially impossible.
So who's whacking them?
Everybody, literally everybody that can whack them is whacking them. And if these food trucks don't have the ability to survive, it's going to legitimately hurt our local culture.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you, You know what gets people excited?
Money.
Food trucks.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, we heard Kimmy go on for 10 minutes last week about lobster out of a van. But it turns out not all is well in the food truck community in Rochester.
So what happened?
Well, we are losing some staples. Not because folks don't want their delicious food, but because they say all of a sudden it is really hard in Rochester to sell meals over tires.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, there was going to be a change in the Greece Central School District.
Oh.
About a month ago, in an effort to combat weapons and cell phones coming into schools, Greece said they were going to install new technology that could scan kids to make sure they didn't have these items on them when they enter the doors.
Good.
And everyone thought, wow, what could this magic technology be? Now that we know, turns out that most people that can hear us have been a part of this technology in the past. Just not anywhere near a school. And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story starts, Tommy, with some heartbreaking news.
What happened?
One of the most popular food trucks of all time in Rochester.
Number one, baby.
It's coming to an end. The meatball truck.
Man.
It's calling it
that
quits.
was like the number one gourmet truck.
And you've had nothing but great things to say about the meatball truck.
That meatball was delicious. It was also $8. And you got one ball.
Meatballs in a Cup won local and statewide competitions in its 12 years in
They were
existence.
delicious.
And it had its roots in a Rochester classic, Annanetta's Restaurant. That's where this food truck came
Yeah.
from. But much like Le Petit Poutine, the meatball truck says they simply can't do it anymore. Part of it is outside stuff. They say the pandemic really hurt them. They say staffing issues have kept them from getting all their trucks on the road at once. But they detail something else in a story in the DNC.
What's that?
The biggest issue for them and other food trucks in the area is what it costs to sell food out of a truck, how expensive it's gotten. And they don't mean gas or food or anything like that.
So what's the other
Equipment or
expense?
Something?
What's that?
Equipment?
No. So first off, the folks who own the meatball truck say fees to sell at local events keep increasing.
So is that a fee you pay the county or the state or what?
The actual event.
Oh,
So
like
for-
if I want to go to the Lilac Festival, the Lilac Festival charges me to park my van there.
So you bring up the Lilac Festival.
All right.
In the DNC, the meatball truck says the Lilac Festival takes 20% of all their sales while they're there.
20%?
What they said.
God damn.
I mean, this is according to them in the DNC. They say they can't afford that.
No kidding.
They say Cornhill bangs them for $1,500 plus fees on top of the cash. And if the weather is bad, they say they could lose money just on what they paid the festival, like not even get back to $1,500.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Then
What a rip.
comes the fees just to operate. They say they have to pay fees to the health department in every county that they
Right.
open up. That
Wow.
takes away where they can work. Then they say some cities and towns want them to have an extra peddler's permit on top of it.
So, like, if I wanted to sell each town?
Yes.
So it changes depending on location. I didn't even think about that.
Neither did I. But, like, you have these farmers markets
Yeah.
at different places. You go to Brighton, you go to Fairport, you go
Right.
to Hilton, you go to Brockport. That could
Yeah.
be a different fee in every town on top of the city of Rochester, the county of Monroe. The bottom line is this. This meatball truck says they can't afford to do business anymore. And when you have two of the OG food trucks that people used to wait, Kimmy, for 45 minutes to eat for, seems like a massive problem.
Yeah, because they'd have to raise their prices. It'd be ridiculous.
And, I mean, it gets to a point where people just aren't going to pay that.
Yeah.
Because you were just bitching about $8 for a meatball.
And that was 10 years ago.
Now you feel bad? Feel bad about the $8 for meatball?
Well, adjusted for inflation, I don't know.
Okay. This needs to get fixed.
Well, how do you fix it if everybody wants their cut?
Okay, so that's just it. It's easy to ask for your cut when no one knows you're asking for your cut.
Yeah.
But now that people know they're asking for their cut, I mean, pressure can be put on, right?
Well, the only way is if they all pull out and they drop their prices.
I mean,
right?
that would be an option.
Because that would hurt the Lilac Festival if you don't have those food trucks. They've got to be a huge draw.
Have some type of like universal thing for food trucks, I think would really help cut some of those fees out.
Countywide, right? Just
Yeah.
make it
Yeah,
countywide.
exactly.
Look, we are Festival Town USA.
Oh, yeah.
Our economy relies on it.
And you only got a few weeks a year. What do you got, 12 weeks a year, really, to make your money?
You got it.
So that explains then, because I know that there are a few food trucks who really only hang out in certain places, but I guess that's why they don't travel as much as others, because it costs them way more to do that.
Look, if I find it strange, like Canal Days, Lilac Fest, Jazz Fest, wherever the food trucks are going to be, the food trucks add to those festivals.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're
Yeah.
a draw.
And like, I get fine, you can make a little bit of money, right? But like, I would argue, like, maybe the festival should be paying the food trucks to be there, because I will go places based on which food trucks I know are going to be there.
Yeah.
Kimmy, I know you're the same way.
Yeah.
These places have massive social media followings, right, where people will go. I mean, Kimmy, you brought up the lobster truck the other day at Three Heads.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it seemed like people follow them on an app so they can go to wherever they're located at the time.
So, like, if they're bringing the people,
Yeah.
how are you taking their money?
So you should be their agent.
No, I'm just saying.
No,
like,
that's a great argument.
look, I mean, if you've played in a band, we did stand-up comedy. If I'm going to bring 100 people to your bar, you're not going to charge me $500 to play music or tell jokes. You, yes, because you're terrible. But everybody else,
They'll
right?
also show up to like charity events and fundraisers and stuff too. And to your point about bringing in the people, that's the main goal of those things.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. The meatball truck, is no more. The folks that have owned it for 12 years say they can't do it anymore.
They served their last ball.
There have been outside issues, but they say the biggest problem is what they have to spend just to exist. 20% of all their sales at the Lilac Festival when they go. Cornhill bangs for $1,500, and that's no promise if the weather is bad. They say they have to pay fees to the health department in every county they go to. Some towns want peddlers permits. Every town that they go to, they have to pay. And it's simply not sustainable. But here's the other problem.
What's that?
Look, Rochester's food scene is very impressive.
Mm-hmm.
We know that we are a top 5 food city in America. And several of these food trucks and pop-up restaurants, Kimmy, that we've seen, were experiments that became actual restaurants.
Yeah, they became hits.
Le Petit Poutine became an actual restaurant. Chicken Out, they were a pop-up place. They became an actual restaurant. Several pizza places, Peels on Wheels, for example, became an actual restaurant. When they made the transition back to brick and mortar, they pay taxes, they pay rent, they have more full-time, steady jobs. There's less empty retail space in the greater Rochester area. Everybody wins.
Yeah.
So the more you're charging these people and keeping them out of the places they need to operate, potentially the more you are keeping people out of businesses in Rochester.
But that'll bring them back then once they take that hit. Like if these trucks go belly up, they're going to have to lower their rates to get them back in.
Because like you said, it's not for lack of business and people wanting them.
Okay, but
there's always lines for these things when they show up somewhere.
But there's another potential problem, right? So we found out that there's actually like a national model for franchise food trucks. And we found this out thanks to the lobster truck you brought up.
Yeah, they have multiple trucks in, I think, multiple cities. It's not just here.
So if I'm not mistaken, that lobster food truck,
it's franchised around the country.
It was on Shark Tank.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And they were invested in by Shark Tank. And it turns out there are other trucks that are like this.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say you're simply going to freeze them out, well, maybe not necessarily. There may be bigger companies that are bringing food trucks into our community, which you wouldn't know the difference.
So knock out the little guy.
Exactly. But like those, the lobster food truck is not going to open up a restaurant in Panorama Plaza.
Yeah.
Right?
You don't have to.
Some national, steak sandwich truck is not going to show up around the corner here where there's an opening where, a restaurant used to be. It's not good. So there will be food trucks potentially because these bigger boys can afford it.
Yeah.
It just shuts out the local mom and pops.
Yeah. That blows.
It's more than blows, man.
Well, I feel bad. It's terrible.
I can tell how bad you feel. I feel bad. It's bad. I don't want to pay $8 for meatballs. It's bad.
So, the guy I see that just sells hot dogs at the side of downtown.
Yeah.
Does he get whacked the same way too?
I think you have to have a license to. Is it a vendor's license?
Yeah, health
or
department
something?
vendor's license. But
there's a guy in Pittsford that sells hot dogs all summer right on Main Street.
But they're usually in the same location every time.
Yeah.
So.
But they literally built him like this really nice area now for him to park his food truck.
Okay.
Like it's lit. They landscaped it, put a roof. I mean, it's nice. Like that. I don't know what they pay for that guy or what he's got to pay.
I don't know. I mean, but again, if he's in one spot, he's paying one fee. I mean, it is what it is, right? It's these mobile ones that are paying everywhere they go that become a bigger problem. It's not good.
So all those food truck rodeos are going to really get crushed.
I don't know. Because
how can any of them operate?
Well, I do wonder, the specific food truck rodeo thing. Like, what does the public market charge for something like that?
Because Pittsburgh does it twice a year. They use that whole public square thing and they bring them in.
Like, I would love to see. I feel like if you're going to charge for a food truck, you have to make it public. I want to know before I go.
Yeah.
Yes, if you are taking advantage of these food truck people, so we can all make a decision. Like, no, we're going to support The guy that drove here with the food in the back that's going to make it for me.
Because these permits are such a scam.
Well, no.
I understand the health department. I got it.
Okay.
But to say, like, we're going to set a rate of, we're going to take, let's say, we're going to take 20%.
Okay, so you're saying like the festival's charge.
Yeah, these fees, or even like a town says you need a peddler's license on back to the fact that I've already got a license to operate this vehicle. That's just grabbing money.
Okay, but see, here's the thing.
Because you're already licensed.
The peddler's permit exists for guys like you.
What do you mean?
Well, if there wasn't a peddler's permit, all of a sudden you got food trucks lining just sides of streets. Oh, but I'm trying to walk here with my dog. We're trying to keep our society. The lawn's all messed up because I can't mow around your food truck because you don't have a
It allows
permit.
them to be more selective about location, right?
I mean, it kind of seems that way.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like the fact that I'm never going to get one of those meatballs makes me sad. Antonette's isn't here anymore.
Yeah.
The meatball truck is closing. Where do I get this meatball?
You know what?
Yeah.
You're in such luck.
Why is that?
I just got into the meatball game.
No kidding.
Yeah. Delish.
So
secret recipe, bro,
what-
from the old country.
What do you got?
So I got a little kiosk in the men's room. Kiosks are blowing up around
No
town.
kidding.
Yeah,
Food
yeah.
kiosk.
Yeah.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's a salty balls from the old country to your mouth sauce.
You've been shut down for not having a permit for the men's room. The men's room is permitted, and we take 20% of all your balls. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Things are going to be different in the Greece Central School District.
Yeah, you said they're changing things up a little bit.
Yeah, about a month ago, the school district announced they are bringing in technology to scan students walking through the door for weapons and cell phones. Cell phones banned already in the Greece Central School District, and we'll touch on all that. And folks, when they saw this story, thought, ooh, what could this futuristic technology be? Well, now we know.
All right.
And it turns out the technology is not all that futuristic. In fact, most people listening to the show, everyone in this room, has used it before. You've just never used it anywhere near a school.
All right.
And we will get into this story next here in the break room on CMF. We are living in technological times, Tommy.
Oh, times are changing too fast, man.
Say that 5 times fast. Technological times, Tommy. And one school district in our area, the biggest, in fact, has decided to step its technology up in order to keep kids from using technology.
All right.
Because when this was first teased, people wondered what the school could have up their sleeve. They made it sound very futuristic.
Mm-hmm.
And now we know that a trip into school for kids in the Greece school district will feel now more like a trip to the airport.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. Did you see the piece on Sunday done by CBS nationally on Wegmans?
Right, just catching it now.
Okay. So they got a sit-down interview with Danny Wegman and with the rest of the Wegman family. And they detailed what makes the company so successful.
Yeah.
We also found out a couple of little interesting things. One thing, in fact, Tommy, that I'm sure you will not make fun of at all.
Yeah.
Because if anyone else said it, you'd also would not make fun of it all. And we'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
In early April,
What happened?
the Greece Central School District made an announcement. They said before the end of the year, they'd be installing new technology designed to detect both weapons and cell phones as students entered the building.
Good.
Now, cell phones, by the way, banned for the last 2 years in the Greece Central School District. Do not forget that statewide ban is supposed to be coming starting next year.
Yeah.
Cell phones in schools. And people, Tommy, were very curious.
Yeah.
What crazy technology could just find stuff on kids while they were walking through the door? Well, today we know.
What is it?
Did you see this?
No, but I kind of thought this kind of existed already.
Yesterday, the district revealed they are putting body scanners similar to those in airports in the front of the school.
So what you walk through before you go to your plane?
You got it.
Yeah.
Here's how it works.
Yeah.
Kids will put their items in a bag. That will be scanned before themselves walking through the body scanner.
So it's the same system as the airport.
Similar, I guess.
Airport, or I'm thinking like if you go to like a sporting event.
Sporting events still use metal detectors.
Oh, that's not.
Oh,
So
they
this is a
wand
full
you?
scan. This
Yes.
isn't just a metal detector.
It's called a body scan.
All right.
So it says the scanners can, and I quote, detect unauthorized items and let employees know where in the bag or on the body the item is located. The district says these students will never be touched during the process. However, employees may use a wand if the body scanner sends out an alert.
Yeah. They pull you aside and they wand you.
You got it. The district says students should expect some delay as folks get used to the system. There are two schools in the district that are going to put the new system in May. Other schools will be getting them next year. Also, if you have over 4 ounces of shampoo, that will be confiscated.
Damn it.
Yeah, I know. Not great. Body scanners on the way into school.
What?
What do you mean, what?
I always thought they had like metal detectors and all that stuff.
Metal detector?
detectors yes.
Body scanner?
I mean, this is about the same thing. I mean,
not necessarily.
well, I mean, they're both just scanning you to find if you got stuff on you. What's the difference?
No, metal detector looks for metal. Body scan is taking like an image of your body. Look at where there is an image of your body.
All right, but it's a digital image.
You don't know what it is.
So you're saying, is it a concern that you'll see their bodies? Because you don't.
Well, no, you
You
do
see an
actually.
image
I
of
mean,
their
no, I
body.
mean in the
Yeah, I don't-
airport. Look, we don't know what this technology is. In the airport, they see an image of your body. when
Right,
you
but
go
it's
through
like
the scanner.
it's not like you're seeing a nude picture of somebody, right?
Oh, I know. Look, hey, if you're fine with it,
I mean,
you're fine.
so that's their issue. Like you
No,
can actually.
look, I am not sure.
What?
What the specific issue
I don't
is,
know
I
what it
don't
looks
know.
like.
I don't know what the specific issue is. The overall issue
Mm-hmm.
is for people that are not cool with this. It is a privacy issue in school.
Oh, okay. That's all right.
Yeah. That this is over the top and that you don't need body scanners for kids walking through school.
How is
every
it
day.
over the top of every week we have another incident
I
where
mean-
some kid somebody goes into the school and lights one up? And
I
how
would
is it
think
not-
parents would feel a little bit more comfortable with something like
Well, it
this.
takes something
people
off
are
the
always
plate.
like, people
Yeah.
say schools have to do something, and
Okay.
the school's doing something.
All right, so the
Might
phone.
not be what you have pictured, but it is an effort to try to prevent those
What else
things.
can you do?
All right, so the phone number is 252 WCMF 252-9263. If you are someone concerned about weapons in school, you're right. This will probably put your mind at ease a little bit. But there is a question I do think needs to be asked here.
What's that?
Is this system here because of weapons, or is the system here because of cell
Is
phones?
it more the technology part of it?
Because look, the weapons thing have been a thing since Columbine, right? That has
Yeah.
been a thing for
Sure.
Yeah,
over
like I
20
said,
years now.
I remember ever since then. I mean, there have always been talk of putting some type of system like this in place when entering schools.
Okay, but with the cell phone ban now right around the corner, it's interesting
that it shows up now.
Now, here's the thing. Maybe the tech just became affordable enough for something like a school district to afford it. That's possible. Maybe they finally have the budget increased. Something got moved around where they can afford something like this. But if this has been around and it was available and you could have got it, and now it's showing up just for the cell phones, that seems a little bit problematic.
Because you should have installed it for the weapons.
Well, if you're doing it for the weapons, why
Can
didn't
it also find drugs on a kid? Could you see that?
I don't know. They said they're looking for cell phones and weapons.
But they'll see everything, obviously, right?
Well, I mean, okay, but you just said there was no problem. Nothing. What's the problem?
I don't have a problem with it at all.
But let's say there are other items that the school deems that kids can't have, and they find it through the scanner. That's not problematic for you?
No.
Not at all.
Well, if you're not allowed to have it, I mean, and I can see it in this scanner, what's the big deal?
Okay.
Just homeschool your kid.
Doobagabba, homeschool your kid. Doobadada, homeschool your kid. Doobadada, homeschool your kid.
I do wonder. I think that there's another issue here, and it's not as big of an issue, but I don't know how they're going to tackle it. It is going to take a lot longer for kids to get into the school.
Yes, they are.
Well, I don't know how much longer that would be.
Usually kids are just, filtering in through each door, and I'm assuming if you have a system like this, it's going to take much more time to go through every kid's stuff.
So if any parent that's listening that had a kid, or if you yourself went through a city school district, they've had these metal detectors there for like 25, 30 years now. It takes a while.
Yeah.
And that's just with the metal detector.
You should always get there 2 hours before your flight.
I mean, look, with stuff like this, I guess you asked, do the ends justify the means?
I mean, I got to figure this is the future, right? I'm thinking at some point they're going to have that facial recognition stuff in every one of these schools where they'll have a digital image of your kid.
Well, I mean, they already have a solid image of your kid. That's what a yearbook photo is.
Yeah, but you got to look at each picture and that's it.
Not him. You know the kids at the school.
No, I figure eventually they'll have the technology. They'll look at your kid, they'll scan your kid, and they'll know everything that's going on with your kid as soon as they'll probably know his body temperature. No, they will. They'll know if that kid's sick. They got it. They got it in China.
Oh my
man.
God! You always do the China thing.
They got
the China.
China got these buildings. You walk in, they know if you're sick or not, and they won't let you in the building.
They got the temperature.
Just make that up?
No, they do have that, but they got the temperature measuring, but they got no cheese.
No,
it's weird.
And by the way, they know if you're holding cheese, bro.
But when they want cheese, they don't have cheese.
They don't. They're trying to keep the cheese out of the country.
Oh, I was unaware that cheese was illegal. I thought they just didn't have the technology.
They don't want to pay the
cheese.
tariff on the cheese.
The cheese tariff. I didn't think about
that.
that.
We're whacking them $1.25 on a cheese.
252 WCMF 252-9263. The Greece Central School District announces yesterday they will be installing body scanners at their schools. 2 of the schools will be getting them by the end of the year. Before the end of the year. Next year they will be school-wide. And again, the district says that the kids will walk through the scanner.
Yeah.
It's going to be able to find cell phones.
So
and
somebody's
weapons.
sitting there monitoring this thing, just like at the airport.
It's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
They will also put their bag through. That will be able to look and check what's in the bag, and that's that.
So you said you got 2 kids in the system.
Yeah.
How do you feel about your kids going to school like that? Because I would think it would be a relief. It's just at least something else to just take your mind off.
Okay, so let me put it this way. 3 things.
Yeah.
I am not opposed to this to the point where I'm going to be like, show up at a meeting or say my kids aren't going to school. Like, I get it. You're right. When it comes to weapons, fine. I also question, in these incidents, how many weapons come through in the beginning of the day versus how many people show up with a weapon and now you can't do anything about it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? Like, we've seen several incidents where people show up with something very powerful and that detector did nothing. So, that aside. I also am concerned, and we've talked about this with, like, police officers in schools. A school is supposed to be a place where a kid feels comfortable.
Yeah.
Right? And the less comfortable the kid feels, I do worry about how that affects them on a daily basis.
But your daughters grew up in a world where they always had to worry about this. So are they already uncomfortable? Is this something that would not really add much to that fear?
Look, I mean, it's a good question, and I don't know if fear is the right word, right? I don't know. Like, you talk about, you had I'm blanking now. There was a meeting you had with a higher-up military guy.
Yes.
And he said something to you that stuck with you to this day because you were a bad kid and you felt like a bad kid.
Oh, yeah, so we were doing this thing in this big muckety-muck from the military. He looked at us, he goes, you're not bad boys. You were just told you're bad boys.
Okay.
Like they put an image on you and you felt like you had to like live up to it.
Sure.
Like, you know what I mean?
So, like, to answer your question, Kimmy, I mean, you're right. My kids have grown up in a world where when they went to the airport, they have to go through this stuff. When they go to a sporting event, they have to go through this stuff. But it doesn't happen when you go to Wegmans. Never happened when you went to school. My daughter's not walking to the hockey rink through body scanners.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. And look, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But I do wonder, like, when you insert this kind of stuff in their everyday lives, what that does
But
to.
at some point, it becomes their norm again.
Yeah, is that a good thing?
I don't know if it makes everybody safer.
Does it?
Well, the only thing you could get used to it, because this is the direction we're going.
I mean, you just said it yourself, right? They're used to doing it for all these other things.
Well, but I'm saying
that's all that it wasn't implemented, halfway through their lifetime. It's just always been a thing.
the point I'm making is even with it seeming everywhere, it's still a rare thing. My kids don't go to sporting events on a monthly basis. My kids don't fly.
Right, but they've seen it and they know like certain places like there's going to be.
I mean, I
more
just assume
security.
that. I mean, I'm old as F, and none of this existed. But when I go someplace now and it's there, it just seems normal to me.
No, look, I'm with you.
Now, my wife freaks out because if I see if we've been to some places where like the officers have like legitimate like machine guns on them.
Yeah.
And she freaks out, and I'm like, no, I'm pretty cool with that.
No, I mean, I'm with her there, and I get it.
I'm like, I tip them. I go, hey, man.
I wouldn't get near them.
No, I always throw them a couple of bucks. I go, hey,
Don't.
see, thank
I
you,
wouldn't
man.
touch them.
No, like
Cover my ass.
I've talked
They
about.
appreciate it.
I've talked about this before. Like going to a Bills game.
Yeah.
When you cross Abbott Road to go into the stadium, there are guys in fatigues that
There's
have.
like military
Yeah.
vehicles on the road,
and they have like giant rifles in their
Right.
hands, and it is a jarring for me. It's jarring. Like I'm having a good time. That's a guy with a rifle, and I'm not saying I'm afraid of that guy, but
It's
it's
just like the reason
that
that they're
exists.
here. Yeah.
That is a thing that exists right now.
That exists, so take your mind off. He's got you covered, baby. That's why you throw him a couple.
And by the way, no, now I realize how I'm sounding as we're having this discussion. I am not here to
No, I understand.
suggest, please stay. I more worry about what it does to the kids, right? How, to your point, it affects getting in and out of school every day, if it's even effective in the first place, and why we're just seeing it now. And if the school says, now we can finally afford it, okay, that makes perfect sense. If the school says, well, now that there's the cell phone ban, that bothers me a little bit.
But
like it took that.
Yeah.
but with everything that happens in the news, people are going to want this.
Just because it makes you feel more safe doesn't make you more safe.
Right, but they're going to want it because the perception's going to be, I'm safer now.
That's what I just said, perception.
Right, but that's what they're going to want.
Okay.
Yeah, you may be right. They may not catch it all, and it may not even deter anything. But at least in my mind, my kid's safe.
Okay. Phone number is 252-WCMF. We're talking about these body scanners that the Greece Central School District says they will be installing. 2 schools will get them by the end of the year. Next year, every school's going to get them. Folks have been waiting patiently. Let's talk to Chris. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. My button's not working. Chris, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Yo.
So as an employee of the illustrious school district, aforementioned in the news, we're definitely doing the scanning, but it's more along the lines of cell phones and for vapes because it's like the 1970s if you walk past the bathroom.
I didn't even think about vapes.
Clouds. Oh, God. It's a contact high. They just walk out and pass it to each other. So it's really for the vapes.
Okay, but why didn't they bring that up in the story, Chris?
Oh, because our kids don't have addiction issues.
Okay. So,
No, of course they can't.
okay. But I would think, like,
Because that means
it's the other kid.
someone illegally gave it to them. So, we can't. We have to deny. They're all valedictorians, too.
Okay, now you seem a little jaded. Chris, are you familiar with the technology or no?
I am familiar with the old technology, which didn't really work at all. It pretty much was just 2 plastic posts that you walk through that some guy went beep, 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 beep with his lips when he thought he wanted to find something.
Okay.
So,
How long
no,
you been
the
superintendent?
Chris, I'm going to let you go, buddy, but thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Bobby Bitter calling in,
my
folks.
God, not helping the situation. By the way, we don't even know if that's true, what he said. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Leanne. Hello, Leanne.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I've never called in. I listen to you every day, but I could not call in today.
Oh, I'm excited.
Okay, so-
I'm excited.
I know. So I've worked in the education system for 20 years, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Leanne.
Leanne, oh my God, we lost. No, tell me we just lost
That
her.
was such a tease.
Oh my God, Leanne.
Wait, she hung up
Hold
on
on.
herself?
No, she's still.
Walk out.
Wait,
of
Leanne, hold on.
the-
Back up.
We lost you
We
for a
lost you
second.
for like 30 seconds. The last thing we heard was, I worked in the district I've worked in school for 20 years. Go ahead from there. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm so sorry. So it is about the vapes. It is about the vapes and whatever else they think kids shouldn't have. It's the cell phone. Taking the cell phones away from the kids is absolutely ridiculous. If you're a classroom teacher and you have no classroom management and the kids don't listen to you, go back to school or go get another job.
Ooh.
All right, now I
Coming
feel like
up the high ropes.
Now it's become a circular firing squad, which shouldn't be happening because we have the bodies.
Yeah.
I know. I'm telling you guys right now, if you have a good relationship with the kids, they will put the phones away. They'll be interested in what you're teaching, and they'll listen and they'll learn. I'm
Okay.
telling you, I see it every day. But I also want to point something out. We've got like the metal detectors or whatever in my school district.
Mhm.
But for our special needs kids, it's terrifying. So districts really have to think about what they're doing and why, because if they're just, wanting to take the vapes away from the kids, like figure it out and do it a different way.
All right, but Leanne, I'll ask this:
It's
as much
really
as I'm not like super sold on this whole idea, what's the different way when it comes to the vapes? What's your idea? What's the different way? So easy to criticize, so hard to create, Leanne.
I know. I do think that that's the real reason. And your other caller said we don't want to admit that that's a problem. It's a huge problem in our schools.
Okay.
It's not, and it should be about the cell phone. So,
Okay. All right. Well, Leanne, thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
all right. Thanks, guys. Take care. Bye.
You too.
And okay with the vape ban, not okay with the cell phone thing. But I think you can't have it one way or the other. It's kind of got to be both.
What
right?
do you mean by that? You
Well,
can't have
she
it one
seems
way or
like
the
she's okay with this technology if it gets rid of the vapes, but she's not okay with it for other things.
other. Well, I guess the argument would be the vape is like hurting their health.
Yeah, no. I'm saying it's a good thing, but
Well, no, she said.
I don't think you can have it one way or both ways, like the way she wants it.
No, I get what, and that was the thing, right?
Yeah,
like at the
I'm
end,
not
like
explaining this right.
no,
but
I
I'm
get what you're saying,
like,
but she says all these
Yeah.
things that she's passionate about, and
Yeah.
at the end you go, okay, well, what's the other solution? And you don't have an answer, so that's a problem, right?
Right.
Like if you don't have an answer, okay, fine. As much as I'm looking at this, going, I don't have
like,
a
you
better
can't,
answer.
Like, I guess you can't have the scanner for like one thing and ignore the other things.
Well, I
Does
mean,
that
you
make
could. I
sense?
mean, you could say that's allowed. This ain't.
But they're saying those other things aren't allowed.
Right.
So again, in the story, it said cell phones and weapons were why this was going to happen. And we've talked at length a couple of times about the cell phone ban and whether or not it's a
Yeah.
good idea and how kids are finding ways around it. Justin has already found a way around these body scanners
Oh, how you do?
with a cell phone. Justin writes us on Facebook. He says, easy way to get phones passed to scanners. Do the kids have to go through the scanners outside of school hours? If they're there for sports or an activity, get a second phone through, hide it in your locker.
Have a burner in the locker.
I guess it's
Okay.
possible.
There's your tip of the day, kids.
That's from Justin, I guess. I mean, it's funny. The school ban isn't even statewide yet, the cell phone ban.
Yeah.
And Justin's already doing Shawshank Redemption tactics over here.
Oh, but I mean, to his point, there will be kids are going to do everything they can to find a loophole in the system.
Look,
Yeah,
I mean,
they're crafty.
yes, kids are super resourceful. They're going to find a way around it. And again, look, I mean, it's not a reason not to do something.
Yeah.
I don't know. It'll be interesting when all of this is enacted, what the kids' reaction are going to be, what the parents' reaction is going to be, if the teachers see a legitimate difference in what they're trying to stop, whether it be weapons or cell phones
Yeah.
or
Contraband.
vapes. Kids out here vaping. And again, I mean, I guess if you don't have an idea, if this is enough of a problem where you want it out, but you don't have a better idea on how to keep it out, I don't know what to say.
You got to do something, like you said, because people are going to raise holy hell as soon as something happens.
Yeah. Gotta do something.
No vaping.
Well, let me tell you about a man who's done something.
The vaping.
Well, look, he took a very successful business in Rochester,
Yeah.
and he made it a juggernaut.
Oh, yeah.
His father and grandfather laid the ground, and he has run with it, my friend. He sat down, along with other members of his family, to do an interview with CBS over the weekend to really get into the details of what makes Wegmans Wegmans. And we learned some really interesting things.
Oh.
In fact, one thing, Tommy,
Yeah.
that I'm sure if anybody else said it, you wouldn't crush them immediately. That just because Danny Wegman says it isn't the reason you're going to go, oh, yeah, no, that makes total sense. I've heard that before. I read that somewhere. We'll get into it next here in the break room on WCMF. You need to be a little different to be successful.
Yes.
Some of the most successful business people in American history, Tommy, a tad eccentric. Wegmans, very successful business.
Yeah.
And you can argue what Danny Wegman has done since his father's passing is the reason it's the juggernaut it's become today. And some of that success, it turns out, comes with some strange ideas.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. All right, just after 7:45. I don't want to get people overexcited.
All right.
But if you are an older millennial and a Gen Xer, one of the greatest restaurants in Rochester history, national chain that we loved here in Rochester, is back.
Oh.
It's not back here yet,
Oh,
but it's back.
it's on the like
It's on
the
the
comeback
men's?
tour.
Oh, man, it hasn't been here since 2004,
Okay.
Really?
but it's back. And we'll tell you what it is. Just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. So over the weekend, CBS Sunday Morning did a piece on Wegmans. 5-minute, big, long piece.
Yeah.
The history of the store, their rapid expansion the last couple of years, and what makes this grocery store so unique and what leads it to have so many diehard fans. So you found an interesting little tidbit this morning, Tommy,
I did.
about how much they sell in groceries.
So they're the highest volume grocery store per store in the country.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Like every one of their stores does like massive amounts of business.
Look, I mean, you see the lines outside
Yeah.
of the doors when they open up new ones. There's a video of a man that had a Wegmans tattoo.
Yeah, he's got the logo on his
That's-
forearm, which would be weird
That is
for a
some
man.
love for a grocery store.
Oh, well, you're not Wegmans' #1 fan anymore? You
Well, no,
butthurt?
I just wouldn't put it right on my forearm.
Butthurt a little bit?
No, because, you know.
Maybe that's what he was into.
uh,
We got it. So, CBS sat down with
Yeah.
Danny, CEO Colleen Wegman, and President Nicole Wegman for an interview. And we found out some really interesting stuff. For example, did you know last year, Wegmans had about 10,000 jobs to fill in their stores nationwide.
yeah.
They got 350,000 applicants. And Kimmy, that is not surprising if you were ever a teenager back in the
Yep.
day trying to get a job at Wegmans.
Impossible.
Got to know someone. It's
It'd
like
be
the
like a Wegmans Nepo baby.
No, you're right. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
only reason I got a job is because my mom worked at the pharmacy. It's like the mafia, man.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Blood in, blood out. We found out the Wegmans family has no plans to expand nationwide because they say they go to every store at least once a year and build a relationship with the managers.
All right.
They say that expanding nationwide would keep them from being able to do that. But the most interesting part of this interview,
What's that?
well, talks about their new next door restaurant in Manhattan.
I hear it's a smash.
It is. It is. Now, Tommy,
Yeah.
for those who don't listen to the show on a regular basis, you are a Wegmans superfan.
Yes.
You go every day.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone that ever says a bad word about Wegmans, you immediately jump on them.
I don't want to hear it.
How
Teeth out.
dare you?
Yes.
So in this interview,
Mm-hmm.
talking about their new next door restaurant, Danny Wegman told CBS that
Yeah.
most of the fish they serve there, flown in from Japan twice a week.
Yeah. There's, I guess, there's like a famous Tokyo fish market they go to.
That's where they go. And the interviewer, a little bit confused,
Yeah.
asked why there was a difference between Japanese tuna and American tuna.
Yeah.
I'm going to read you a quote from Danny Wegman. Okay, you ready? Quote. They actually pet the fish, and they put the fish to sleep. And then they say to the fish, it's been a good life.
So it's almost like a sacrifice more than butchering.
They kill it kindly.
All right.
When then asked if you can taste the difference between a fish that has been lovingly killed, Danny Wegman replied, yes.
Absolutely, you can. You absolutely can. You can taste the difference. I was petting your mama's tuna last night. It was delicious.
Uh-huh. See, you're already on the attack.
And that was an American tuna,
Uh-huh.
a West Side American tuna.
So you agree with Danny here?
You pet the fish.
You agree with Danny
You kind to the
that a
fish.
lovingly killed tuna tastes different than a tuna that is raised and killed?
If Danny says it, you know it's true. This guy.
That's a cult. You're in a cult. You're in a cult right now. If Danny says it, you know it's true.
It is.
Dear Danny.
Fearless leader. Danny
He is
Wegman.
though, because like, look, he does his research. He travels all over the world.
Uh-huh.
Like I told you, like the coffee that they make at their shop,
Uh-huh.
it's amazing.
Wow. No, I'm not talking about coffee. I want to go back to the tuna.
But he went to he got the recipe from a guy in Italy.
Yeah,
and he brought that guy over.
And you know what he does? He sings to the coffee beans every night. When the moon hits your eye. He's singing English for some reason.
But
I
you
don't
have
know
to
why.
pet your barista.
Okay, Kimmy,
Yeah.
I want your opinion here.
Yeah. I think it's going to appeal more to people, the humane way of killing something than it is the actual taste of it.
I get that.
It
That's-
takes the stress out of the beast.
That's not what I'm asking, Kimmy.
yeah.
If any other restaurateur in
Yeah.
America said into a camera, that the kinder that you kill the fish, the better it tastes. Do you think Tommy would kill that person?
I don't know, because he's weird about seafood. So I don't know. I feel like he could go a lot of different ways on this. He's very particular about his seafood.
I can see the look on his stupid face
He
right
thinks
now.
he's like a fish connoisseur.
No, it's because it's his idol / imaginary best friend. Oh, yeah, Danny said, quote, if Danny says it, it has to be true.
Yes.
Okay. This story shines a light on why Wegmans, and specifically Danny Wegman, has been so successful. You cannot disagree with me that Danny Wegman is a unique cat.
Oh, yeah.
You see it in the way he dresses himself. You see it in the way he carries himself. Danny Wegman cares about the legacy of his family name. And you see it in the way that he shows up in stores. He'll wear a name tag with his name on it.
Oh, yeah. You'll see him, like, handing out samples and stuff.
And going further, you would be hard-pressed to find a person who has had a personal interaction with Danny Wegman and walked away disappointed.
Right.
I personally was blown away with how down-to-earth he was. I was just working in the prepared food section of the store. He came in, conversation. I met him a couple of times. He was like an unbelievably nice guy. That being said, Danny Wegman is also private.
It's very private.
And that's what makes it so easy to like him. Because when folks get uber rich and start to show up more in the public eye, you become forced to decide if the baggage they carry personally bothers you.
Yeah.
We've never seen Danny Wegman shoot the woman he loves into space like we did with Jeff Bezos. We don't see Danny Wegman building a compound in Texas for the 13 women who had his babies like Elon Musk is currently doing.
Yeah.
We don't see Danny Wegman living in a throuple like Warren Buffett does.
No.
And if you don't believe me, you can Google that. That's a true story. We don't know that he doesn't have some weird-ass stuff going on in his life like that.
One way or the other.
But we don't have to know. And that's why he's so beloved.
I guess like the loudest part about him is the jackets.
Yes.
Yeah, the outfits.
Exactly.
That's about like the only thing we know about him personality-wise.
But like past Wegmans, past how he cares about his family name, how he treats everybody, I think the most impressive thing, and what everyone that has money in America can learn from Danny Wegman, is if you have an amazing product, business idea, all I need to know as someone spending money is that stuff works for me.
Right.
I don't need to know a damn thing about the other stuff in your life, right? And it's not like Danny Wegman is Howard Hughes, where he locks himself away in the world and
No, I mean, he's out. I mean, people have seen him out and about here.
He's seen like just enough to keep it a mystery.
Yes. I don't know his opinion on anything. I don't know what he does to enjoy himself. And I think there's something comforting about that.
He's it's weird because he's super rich, he's flashy, but he's down to earth, which doesn't make any sense. Because he's super flashy. He drives a Ferrari, he wears outrageous outfits, but then again, he'll put on a name tag and hand you a slice of cake at the store because it's their 100th birthday.
Okay. There's something about you saying back to me what I said that sounds different.
What do you mean?
Because he's the leader of the cult that you're in, that you seem to...
No, I mean, when you see your leader and he hands you cake and you thank him, you feel good about yourself because you know, like, there's a special place for you now when the spaceship comes.
252 WCMF.
I put on my Nikes and I go in my bunk bed and wait.
Oh, it's getting dark. Kimmy didn't get that.
I didn't hear him.
252 WCMF. In a story on CBS National News over the weekend, Danny Wegman reveals a whole bunch of little details about Wegmans and how they operate things. And it turns out that they fly in tuna for their new sushi restaurant in New York City from Japan twice a week because Danny believes because they kill the fish in a much more humane way, it makes the tuna taste better.
You got to stroke the tuna.
Yeah, and it was the first really thing we've ever heard Danny Wegman say. And we realized the guy's uber rich. He is eccentric, but that's all we know about him. And that's all we have to know. You don't have to be a celebrity if you're a billionaire. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
So is your question whether you think that Danny is full of baloney? Is that what you're getting at?
No.
The statement that he made?
No. I don't think he's full of baloney. I think he legitimately believes that. What I find interesting is he's like one of the few guys that has multi-generational wealth now that seems like he doesn't want to be a celebrity. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, but you say that he may generally believe that. It doesn't matter what he generally believes. The National Institutes of Health and farmers throughout America have proven that this is true. So the National Institute of Health have done many studies, including catfish and beef, and it does turn out to be true that the quality of meat of animals that are killed humanely, which there are many definitions of that, versus giant factory farms, it's true. The quality of meat is better, and in catfish, it's very much better. So I have to imagine that translates to tuna and other fish.
Well, then I'm dumb. Here's my favorite part about what's happening right now.
Yeah.
Jeremy's agreeing with you, but for some reason you're not happy about it.
I know.
I don't know why.
He's doing some mental gymnastics right now. Like the look on his face.
All right, so Jeremy, you being in the food business and reading what you did, so this does matter then. You believe, this is a thing that's a fact.
It's scientifically studied and, as factual as it can be. Now, we've never been in the mind of a fish or a bull who's about to be killed for food, but we only have scientific studies to go on here. So opinions can be swept aside and you can actually go with facts here.
Okay.
So I did have a few guys that hunt call and say, like, the quicker you kill a deer, the better the meat tastes because they're not like living in adrenaline pumping, something like that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, I am
That's
dumb.
what they say.
Yep, that is one of the lines from this study where
How they whack Pesci? He didn't even see it coming.
Hey, he was very tender.
Yeah. Oh, so tender.
I watch Sunday morning every week, and I was jazzed to see this. It was great. That's all I got. So,
all right, great call, Jeremy. Thank you. Well, tuna, take care of your tuna, I guess.
Don't pet a bull before you kill it. That doesn't sound safe.
Here's why Tommy was so confused.
Why is that?
Yeah.
Because he doesn't believe the tuna thing. He is defending Danny Wegman. But when he hears another person say exactly what Danny Wegman says, he thinks that person sounds like an idiot.
Well, I don't want to say nothing negative. What if it gets back to Danny?
Danny doesn't know who you are. He doesn't care who you are. You think Danny Wegman knows who you are?
He listens to the show.
No, he doesn't. He's got taste, obviously. Have you not seen his shirts? Hold on.
You don't think Danny Wegman's ever listened to the show?
Why?
Going to work in the morning, gets in a Ferrari, puts on a little CMF.
I would like to.
We were giving away $1,000 an hour for a while. You don't think he was in on that?
I just want to point out that I think throughout Tommy's entire career, he is dressed every day like he's going to a Danny Wegman concert.
I didn't know he was a
dress
musician.
the theme.
Do you really believe?
It's his Beyonce.
You sincerely believe that Danny Wegman has listened to this show?
You don't think he's ever listened to the show?
Listen to this show.
Yeah.
Enjoyed this show.
Yes.
And is aware of you as a person.
Yes.
No.
Just let him think that.
No.
Just let him have it.
No.
Why not?
Because it
Fun.
alters who he is as a
It
person.
could have happened. Why would it happen?
Why would he listen to this show?
Because he's a guy. He's a guy's guy.
Yeah. Oh, like when we do our
He wears yellow leather with tassels and wears multicolored boots.
every Wednesday at 9 when we do Lamborghini talk. Going back to what we were talking about.
Yeah.
With Danny Wegman being a private guy, right? He's a little bit eccentric, but we don't know the details of it because he keeps it that way. Why do these billionaire businessmen also want to be celebrities?
I don't know. You think like they have enough power and money where like they wouldn't need
attention.
that side of it?
Everybody
But
loves attention.
You're right, but with the attention also comes, negative reactions from people.
Don't
and
stop him, though.
I know, but I would think you would want to avoid that part of it because that only adds stress to your life.
It's men. Men want attention. And what's the sense of having all this money if I can't brag about it, right?
No, but like
Well, you can do that without trying to be a celebrity, right?
to Kimmy's point, going down that road, you can do whatever you want, whenever you
Own
want,
as much as you want.
Yeah, it's true.
with no one bothering you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You have all of the money. You've
Without
won.
putting your face
I
out
get it.
there every time.
Why would you open yourself and your business?
Because they arrogantly think I'm not going to be like that.
Okay,
They think they can beat it.
allow me to gesture
I know.
to every billionaire over the last 5 years that has run into some kind of problem.
There's a graveyard of these guys. You're absolutely right.
I mean, we're watching it happen with one guy right now, right? I mean, look, Danny Wegman still drives himself around. He parks his cars in the Wegmans employee parking lot when
Yes,
he
he
shows
does.
up. I mean, that in itself, for what his family has, is unique. You can see his home on Canandaigua Lake.
Yeah.
That is unique.
Yeah, it's true.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't mean to sit here and be like, well, this billionaire is pretty cool, but like,
No, but the old man, Bob, raised him right. Like, he taught him how to do this.
I'm done with you right now.
What?
He's like a Wegmans historian.
That is just making stuff up.
No, Bob. You don't think Bob
Oh, no.
instilled those
There is a difference between
business skills?
If you would have started, I think, fine.
Yeah.
You looked at me like you just sat down with Danny Wegman and go, well, he told me his dad instilled these things in him. And that's why he's so down to earth.
I mean, they all looked up to Dear Bob.
Look, there's an easy way to figure out if Danny Wegman loves this show.
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF. All he's got to do is call in and say hi.
Well,
You're
you
gonna
can't
get a bunch
do it right
of
now.
people faking being Danny Wegman.
Well, okay, you can't fake being Danny Wegman. You know Danny when Danny
Yes.
calls. I mean, you don't.
But
'cause
he's
you've never actually
private. He's not
spoken to
gonna
him.
call.
What are you talking about?
He's too private.
He loves the show so much. The phone number is right there. We have emails. Tommy at WCMF.com. Duffy at WCMF.com.
Ooh,
Kim at WCMF.com.
He said he's tied up.
Yeah, is that what you got your phone number? I didn't.
Yeah.
You want me to give that out over the air too?
No.
No, I don't want that. I don't want that at all. I've seen you say a lot of sad things on this show in 15 years. But I've never been more sad than you believing Danny Wegman knows who
I have
you are.
an idol. What's wrong with having
No,
an idol?
having an idol-
An idol worship.
It would be like me being like, yeah, Josh Allen totally knows me, man.
See, look what you did.
You check me out.
But you were like that with Jim Kelly when he gave you those fake letters.
And you killed me for it.
No.
But here's the difference.
I just said they were fake.
I got that letter when I was 9. You're 9 plus 87.
Yes.
Let's take a break.
All right.
It was one of the most beloved restaurants in the greater Rochester area. I think Kimmy's now getting all the fake Danny Wegman calls coming in. It was one of the most beloved restaurants in the greater Rochester area, even though it is not a local restaurant.
So it was a chain?
Chain restaurant.
And it went away in 2004?
It closed officially nationwide in 2004.
Ooh.
But if you are an older millennial or a Gen Xer that lived anywhere here,
Yeah. The hell was it?
you love this place. And it's back, baby.
All right.
It's all the way back. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. buddy boy.
What's going on?
It's back, baby.
Yeah, what left?
No, look, we're not getting it back here yet.
Yeah, but they're coming back.
Look, I guess there's a possibility this could happen.
Okay.
And look, granted, it was not a local restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
The ones we had here, we loved like it was.
Well, it was sit down.
Yeah.
All right.
You hang it out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Ladies and gentlemen, the ground round is back.
That's what I thought.
Oh, I love it after I say it. That's what I thought it was. Danny Wegman called me and told me it was the ground round.
So I remember there used to be one at Marketplace.
There was
Right.
one at Marketplace. There was one on Ridge in Greece. I believe there was one on the east side also.
Okay.
I mean, but look, it wasn't a party unless there was a ground round in the area.
Yeah.
So the company filed for bankruptcy in 2004. That's when they shut everything down. At their height, the ground round had 200 locations, including the several you mentioned in the greater Rochester area. And Rochester loved the ground round.
Yeah, it was a great place. It was a little bit more upscale than just a regular joint.
Yeah,
You know
you're
what I mean?
right. Yeah, you're right. And it had a personal feel to it.
Yeah.
Man, right? I knew it was a chain, but it didn't feel like a chain.
They
ground
had,
round.
They had the 4x4 that I watched one of my coworkers eat one day.
What was a 4x4?
So you had 4 patties,
Okay.
4 slices of cheese,
Uh-huh.
4 thick ass cuts of strips of bacon on there.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was like you're gonna die.
Why do you have to be mean? That sounds delicious.
Well, I'm not mean. It's just your arteries talking.
So there is no word on where this company or where the new ground round will be opening. They are a New England company, so
Oh.
it looks like it's in that way. But
Yeah.
it's a reimagined and reinvented ground
I
round.
was gonna say, I think they would have to change something about it to bring it back because the simple concept of it, I would think, wouldn't be enough to get people excited about it again.
All right, so I'm going to read you a quote, Kimmy, from their website.
Yeah,
You ready?
right.
It successfully honors Ground Round's legacy while catering to the modern dining experience. It's a place where you can relive fond childhood memories while savoring a thoughtfully prepared, high-quality meal. It's not just a comeback, it's a revival, a testament to the enduring appeal of good food, good company, and the comforting embrace of nostalgia now served with an elevated twist.
Because
Yeah!
what's their hooks? I forgot.
It's delicious.
No, like what was
Yeah,
their
but-
signature move?
Okay, so you could eat peanuts and throw it on the floor.
Right.
But you probably can't do that
Yeah.
now. Okay. They would serve you ice cream in a baseball helmet.
Oh.
That was awesome. Ground round, they would also weigh your kids to see. There was that day of
was
the week
it
where
like a big birthday spot for kids? Because
Yeah,
I remember
I
going to
remember
birthday
balloons.
parties there.
at the ground
yeah.
round. Yeah, I don't think I ever
That's
got-
the only thing I really remember about it. I don't remember anything about the food. I remember going to birthday parties there, and I remember what it looked like.
So were they known for their burgers?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That was like their main thing then, right?
It was like I guess not quite a Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah.
Right. It wasn't a steak thing, but it was a
Right.
meat place. Ground round.
Gotcha.
So what might be the greatest restaurant closing story in the history of Rochester?
Is?
When they closed the ground round in Greece, it shut down while people were inside eating.
Oh.
Yes, I vaguely remember this.
They were like turning out the lights
Yeah.
and flipping the table?
No,
they were
so
like-
everyone's enjoying their meal.
That's it.
And some folks from an outside company come in
Yeah.
and they go, everybody stop eating right now.
Well, you had to stop eating?
In the middle of your meal. They packaged up like leftovers for people.
Why couldn't they just wait?
Shoved
I
them out
know,
the door. I
I
don't
know.
know if it was like a bankruptcy rule, like
Oh.
the insurance has lapsed now, everybody out of the effing building.
Damn.
But I had a buddy who was in there when it happened.
No kidding.
And they made him pack up his food and leave with his parents. And that was the end. They never opened up
No
ever
birthday
again.
for you, kid.
And now, Kimmy, you asked, like, what about it would crush if it came back now?
Yeah.
I mean, for folks in the Northeast, I think just the nostalgia.
Well, that's kind of what they pitched in that piece you read.
but even if you
but
don't.
if they're making it different, is the nostalgia going to be there? If it's a slightly different concept,
Okay, you're right. That does worry me a
all
little
it
bit.
would have is the name.
Well,
Yeah.
Again, like, do you
don't
remember?
don't be a dick.
I'm asking, but what do you remember most about it? Because is it the burger that you're dying for? Is
Yeah, it
it
was
just
good.
is it just the atmosphere? What is it?
Also good.
As much as I, remember having fun there as a kid, it's not a place that comes to mind where I need it to be back.
Well,
for
what-
the food reason.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't think of the hook right now for me in my memory is that kid eating that burger.
Mm-hmm.
And we had another producer at the time. He was one of these guys. He ate a full lunch like it was a dinner.
Mm.
So he would get an app for himself for lunch.
Okay.
Then he would have his meal, and then he would get a dessert. And he's the only person I ever watched eat like that for lunch at the ground round.
I'm confused as to why that's not awesome.
But nobody eats like that in this country.
Well, everybody eats like that in
No,
this country.
nobody sits down for lunch
Yes.
and eats an appetizer, an entree, and a dessert
I
for
have
lunch.
absolutely done that before.
No, you have. First of all, I know where you
You
eat,
watched
man.
me do it, man.
You
When we would go,
busted ass self. But you didn't have no money for
Yeah, that would
apps.
be kind of expensive
No,
now.
we would
It'd be an
super
expensive lunch.
expensive.
we would go to the Pittsford pub. I would get pickle fries, the fried pickles. I would get my entree. Okay, I didn't get a dessert, but only because another dessert.
All right, so you had some pickles and ate
You
that
just
same
had an
thing.
I will
man.
eat an appetizer
That you
and a meal.
split.
And a
I
dessert.
ate a pickle and had a sandwich. That's an app.
252 WCMF. The ground round is back after filing for bankruptcy in 2004. Now, no word on if we are getting one. Doesn't
Yeah.
seem like it. It's a new.
I would
England
go
company.
just to check it out again.
Samesies, man.
Yeah. Well, go. You can get your pickles.
No, they didn't.
No.
Pittsford pub, stupid. There was a
It
time.
was a pickled time.
Thank you. Where there was a half-mile stretch on Ridge Road in Greece that was food paradise.
Oh,
It was
the
a
heart attack row.
It was a short time.
Oh, yeah.
You had Buckman's Bakery on the corner. You had Great Northern Pizza Kitchen in the
oh,
old bank.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
If you were going out to dinner, you went to Ridge Road.
And then there was
Yeah.
Ground Round right down the street. Like, it was like a 12-month, 18-month
Yeah.
period. But all three of those were within walking distance. Like, you could get ice cream out of a sink at Buckman's.
Mm-hmm.
You could get pizza and raviolis with it. And then a Ground Round burger without moving my car.
Yes.
Come on.
That's paradise
We-
that's
we-
fat guy heaven.
We used to be a proper country. What happened? I do miss Buckman's Bakery. Do you remember that when you were a kid?
Yeah.
So there was a bakery that sold ice cream?
That was ice
I,
cream,
remember, I
bakery.
only really
So
remember
donuts.
going there for the ice cream, though.
I still in my head know exactly what it smells like. And I know donut shops all smell similar.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing smelled like Buckman's did. And I know if they were to make a candle, the second I smelled it, I would know what it was.
Damn, you gained 5 pounds.
So they had the everything but the kitchen sink.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And they would serve you the ice cream in an actual metal little sink.
Wait, it was a metal sink?
Yeah, it was like a sink this big.
Pretty cool.
And they would put the ice cream in it. And I can't remember if like you finished it, it was free or something.
Yeah, because you weren't coming back.
Bro, I'm eating ice cream out of a sink.
I can't remember.
I'm coming back.
Did that place close simply because that building was going to be turned into something else?
I
or
don't
did
know.
it go away for other reasons?
I was too young to know. I was too young to appreciate what we had.
Eating out of a sink.
The donuts
I
at
mean,
Buckman's. oh.
Nobody replicated that, to his point.
Yeah, do we
Where
have
else can you get ice cream in a sink?
Yeah, but you should get ice cream in a
Why
sink.
not?
You shouldn't have that much ice cream in your stomach.
Split it.
Yeah, no, I would eat the whole thing.
Oh, never mind.
That can't be good for you.
By the way, I love how you say it like there aren't other ice cream places that serve you obscene amounts of
Yeah.
ice cream.
I know, but they're always a joke. Like, nobody actually ever does it but
Was.
you.
I would see plenty of people eat in the sink.
No.
Yes! There are. You Google it right now.
Well, they're in heaven.
You Google it. Yeah. Ice cream sink heaven. You Google it right now. I'm sure there are pictures of people eating the ice cream out of the little sink
I
online.
cannot. I hate seeing people eat ice cream. It's disgusting to watch.
What does that even mean?
Because they get it all over their mouth. Like, if you see people, like, shoveling ice cream, it's so gross.
What?
It's gross, man.
To eat ice cream?
Okay.
No, because it looks nasty.
I'm going to bail on this conversation. Matthew also reminds us of another brilliant Ridge Road restaurant that ain't there anymore.
What's that?
He says on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF on Instagram, I want Big Boy back.
Oh, the Big Boy. Yeah.
Big Boy.
Yeah,
Bob's
that was a big national chain. It just, like, disappeared.
Love me, Big Boy.
They had awesome burgers and fries.
Yeah, they did.
So, go ahead.
After you.
GreeceHistoricalSociety.org.
Wait, that's a thing?
They have a whole page on Buckman's, and they have pictures of the sinks and ice cream in the sinks. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I
Can you save it? Because I want to come in the commercial
Yeah.
break and look at the sinks.
And all the sinks are, I don't remember them looking like this.
You said they were actual metal
But they
sinks?
manufactured like a sink with a stand.
Yeah, it's like this big. And maybe the sinks changed over the years, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Maybe those are throwback sinks.
Maybe.
Can I finish with a great my dad story?
I love a good dad story.
So Matthew brought up Big Boy.
Yeah.
You remember the hook for Big Boy, if you were old enough, and they had one of these on Ridge Road, was the Big Boy
Yeah.
statue. My dad, when he was a teenager, stole that statue with his friends.
Wait, he ripped it?
Ripped it off. They somehow got it off of the stand.
Does he have proof of this? Or is this just a story?
So I have heard it from his buddies.
Okay.
So and
What'd
he
they do with it?
confirmed the story. I think they like drove it around in a truck and eventually like dumped it somewhere. And I don't know if they ever figured out it was him. I hope the statute of limitations on
Yeah.
the Big Boy theft has. We'll watch him lose his job today.
Yeah.
Oh, Deputy Lance, I'm sorry. We've solved the Big Boy caper. Yeah, they stole the Big Boy.
Wow.
And apparently that was like a big problem with all big boys across America.
People swiping that guy.
They kept-
Too easy
the
to
guy.
take.
Yeah, they kept swiping the statue. All right, let's take a break. Perfect place. Buckman's was a great birthday place, man.
Okay.
So it was a ground round like you brought up. Yesterday,
Yeah.
big day here.
What
in
happened?
our studios.
Studios. What
Somebody's
happened?
birthday.
Yeah.
What was?
It was somebody's birthday.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
How did you not notice?
Oh, yes.
You're in trouble, my friend.
Yep.
Why?
You're in big
I
trouble.
wasn't asked to do anything.
No.
You don't have to be. You shouldn't have to be asked. You should just know.
And I
You
think,
should know.
Kimmy, I think that there is one
You
person.
got to be
I
kidding
did it out
me.
of fear.
No, like
but I did it.
When you find out what Kimmy did yesterday out of pure fear, and I think, Kimmy, that every workplace has someone like this.
Okay.
Where
Everywhere I've ever worked, there's always been somebody.
Yeah.
you are being held hostage
Yeah, you are.
by a birthday. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. wouldn't think this was an obligation to your coworkers.
Yeah.
But there are some people, Tommy,
Yeah.
who take this day very seriously.
It's a little weird.
It is their day,
Yeah.
maybe even their week. And if you don't do something to acknowledge it,
Yes.
there are going to be consequences.
Oh, boy.
So much so, it got Kimmy out of her chair.
I ran.
Sprinting down the hall yesterday.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. All right, I need you to do me a favor.
Yeah.
We just got a very important email that I shared with you guys that I don't
Yeah.
want to share over the air. If you guys could just talk for 30 seconds while I finish writing this email, go!
Okay, so anybody that celebrates their birthday like this,
Yeah.
I always think there's something wrong with them.
But you hate celebrating any level of birthday.
I understand I don't like
any
celebrating.
level. Like if somebody brings in, we used to have a coworker who would bring in a cake,
Oh,
a
Terry
monthly
Clifford, yeah.
cake for everybody's birthday, and you hated that, and that was like the
It's-
smallest
But, like, I have no
thing
relation
for
outside
somebody
of
to
this.
do.
But here's the thing. I have, like, no relationship outside of this building with most of these people, right? So,
So?
like, for me to get all
But you have a relationship
excited about
inside the building. Most of us don't have relationships with our coworkers outside of work.
right.
But
so,
like
why am
while
I?
you're here, why is it such
It'd
a
be
big
like.
deal?
And so here's the thing. It'd be like if that person that wants their birthday celebrate, they didn't come down and say, "Hey, man, happy anniversary! Here you and your old lady are celebrating 10 years." I wouldn't be pissed off if they, you know what I mean? Like they
Okay.
didn't care about my anniversary.
All right, so with that being said, what is the minimum responsibility for a coworker on their birthday from you?
Zilch.
Nothing at all.
Right. Because it's weird that adults need birthdays.
Okay.
Celebrated outside of like your mommy and daddy.
Look, fair take, fair take. Well, you would have been ashamed of Kimmy
Oh,
after the
yeah.
show yesterday.
I know.
Yeah, I don't do this for everybody. I
So-
do it for the
You don't do
people.
it for me.
I do it for the people I'm afraid of.
You celebrate my birthday by calling me old.
Well, yeah, you are.
yeah.
And you want me dead.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
It would save a lot of
Never
time.
said that.
All the extra work he makes you do. Breezy, who works out on PXY, yesterday was her birthday. She turned 31 years old.
Okay.
And
But that's
Breezy,
not even a milestone birthday, man. Like you had one 30, I could hear maybe making a little joke about it. 31, nobody cares about. It's like the worst age to be.
so it's well known
Yeah.
that she takes her birthday,
Very seriously.
Like
It's
super.
a birth week.
yeah,
Not
more
a
of a birth
birthday.
month, really.
Yeah.
Like her co-host Moose
Yeah.
decorated the entire studio, balloons, streamers, had a whole special show planned just to celebrate her birthday.
He
birthday.
came in on his day off to do that.
Wasn't her lover in here too?
Yeah, her
lover?
girlfriend.
Well, lover. What's wrong with saying lover?
It just sounds so creepy.
Isn't that her lover?
Is your lover here? Give me your lover has put out a fire in my pants.
Girlfriend, partner.
Well, I don't know how they
any-
want to be. I don't know what to
Lover
say.
of- that was the worst word choice.
Oh my God.
Lover?
I think you ruined it. I don't know what they. What do you mean they?
The lovers.
The lovers?
The lovers.
Got a pair of lovers down there. Okay.
There's many lovers, many loves.
So bottom line is this.
Listen.
Breezy loves her birthday.
Yes.
And Breezy.
Probably more than most people.
You got it. So after the show,
Yeah.
Kimmy realizes she had not yet
Yes,
said happy
I was
birthday
like,
to Breezy.
oh my God, I got to get down there. I don't know if she's going to leave right after the show to
Yeah.
go celebrate her birthday. Like, I realized I took too long to get down there to pay homage.
Wait, you're serious?
She was dead ass serious.
So at first I go to Pat. I was like, oh my God, I got to get down there. So I ran out the door and I realized they were doing something in the room. So I kind of like waited outside of the door like a creep for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, I'll come back. But the whole time I'm keeping my eye on that door to make sure she does not leave before I wish her happy birthday.
That door
'Cause
opened.
she is taking notes.
Yes, she does. That door opened.
Yeah.
Kimmy jumps out of her chair and she sprints down the
Happy
hallway.
birthday. Just
Right.
wanted to say that. Just wanted to make sure you heard that I, Kim Coffee, wished you a happy birthday today, May 5th, 2025.
So she gets mad if you don't,
Not outwardly.
but she's not happy about it.
No,
She
will
remembers.
She will file that in her brain.
'Cause I didn't wish her happy birthday.
Yeah, no, that's why we're bringing this up. You're screwed.
How am I screwed? Because I wasn't. I thought they did like a little special thing, like you went down there and did something for her birthday.
Yeah, they asked me to record something for her, so I did that.
They didn't ask me.
Yeah. They didn't ask Kimmy either. She
No,
still wished
but
her
I
happy
still did
birthday.
it.
Oh,
It was an easy thing to check off my list
yeah.
for the year.
And you can't wish it the next day.
Well, she's not even
No,
here to do
yeah.
that. She's on a trip
Oh,
for
You're
she's on a
too
trip for
late.
her
Well, she
birthday.
took a birthday trip. This chick is Cher.
Yeah, she is.
She
yeah.
kind of is.
Brer.
She goes by one name,
Or
Barizi.
Sheezy.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I'm afraid for you.
Why? What's she gonna do?
Well,
The
look,
wrath of Breezy.
I don't know what she's capable of, to be completely honest
the
with
power
you.
she wields.
That's how intimidating she is. But the fact that you did not wish her a happy birthday, she is aware of this. and things will change.
But
I would say that when she comes back, the friendlier she is with you, the more scared you should
Oh
be.
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
because I couldn't say it in sincerity.
Why?
It would come across fake.
But you like Breezy.
Yeah, but
I
all you have
think
to do
she's
is say
great.
it. All you have to do is say it. Doesn't matter how you say it. She just wants you to acknowledge because she knows you.
Yeah.
She knows like you're not
I talk
somebody
to her in
that
the
does
hallway.
that normally. So coming from you, just a simple "Hey, happy birthday." That's all she needed.
I even say hi to her when she's in a huff, cruising past here. Because she gets a little huffy.
You guys are the same person.
Yeah,
You're the
you
same
really are.
person.
Yeah, but I'm a petite huff.
252
I'm a little
WCMF.
huffy.
You huff under your breath?
Yeah.
As opposed
I'm a low huff.
to Breezy's loud huffs?
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Does every coworker, or does everyone have a coworker that treats their birthday like a national holidays? And if you don't acknowledge it, it's going to be a problem.
And it's exhausting. It's exhausting being around these people that you have to constantly validate whatever's going on in their life.
So
It is.
No, I know.
You don't find that exhausting?
I mean, look, it's all I had to do was go down and be like, happy birthday.
No, but you got to do. If they're a birthday person, they're an everything person. Like any milestone they have.
Yeah.
My God, they fart. You think it's Zeppelin coming out. You got to. They say, oh my God. It's too much. It's too much
we
drama.
have a day of the week for your outfits.
But the tracksuit.
Hashtag Tracksuit Thursday. Don't miss it.
Here's why.
What?
I am so surprised by your take. Look, I agree with you. 252 WCMF with Kimmy jumping out of her chair in fear to run down and wish Breezy a happy birthday yesterday because she takes it so seriously. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Adult birthdays are ridiculous.
Yes.
Okay. But you are also someone that's been around long enough that you know the importance of playing
I know.
the game,
I understand.
right?
There's an obligation to certain people in your life that you have to do birthdays. I got it.
But not at work.
I even in family, like I'm starting to whittle out birthdays.
Wow.
Here's mine now.
Yeah.
To me, now I have some I had to do under duress, but my wife and the grandkids, those are the birthdays I have to recognize.
That's it?
What else is there?
Stepkids?
Nah.
Your
'cause
coworkers?
Here's the
Niece,
thing.
nephew.
Once you have a kid, my birthday skips you and goes to the kid.
Okay.
So.
Oh.
I think
Now,
that's
I can't
probably
do
normal.
that because my wife will say you have to do it. I disagree, but I do it to keep the peace because I'm a great guy. Look
Yeah,
at it,
no.
especially when I'm tracksuiting.
And when you're pointing at me for some reason.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it.
Look, man,
It's too much.
it doesn't have to be sincere, but playing the game at work and wishing someone a happy birthday
Don't
when
make
it
your
matters,
life easier.
and
don't end,
it
man.
goes a long way. You just don't feel like you're being controlled. I don't
Right.
man, control me.
And here's the thing. This is a chick thing. I'm not going to say it.
False.
let him say it,
Okay.
then we'll false him.
Women, they break out a conga line every time it's their birthday, and every chick wants to have their birthday recognized. But then you can't ask them their age, and they don't want to get older. But it's all this birthday stuff. I don't know any dude in here that if
You've
I
never worked with any dudes.
if I didn't say
That
happy
you-
birthday,
yes.
they'd be pissed.
Yes.
Who? I can't think of anybody. And if he's that guy, if he's a guy that does that, nobody likes that guy.
There are two dudes we used to work with.
Nobody
Minimum.
liked
and
those
one
guys.
dude we
Minimum.
currently work with.
And they did something worse because they wouldn't tell you it was their birthday. I appreciate somebody who comes in, brings like cupcakes or something,
Yeah.
says, it's my birthday, so I brought everybody in a treat. Yes, they're looking for you to say happy birthday, but at least I'm getting the heads up like you want a happy birthday. It's that subtle, like, walks in like nothing new is happening today, but they still want you to know it's their birthday. They want you to acknowledge without telling you. And that is what every dude that we've ever worked with that has had a birthday does.
But it's sad.
I'm not saying it's not sad, but I'm with Kimmy. Like, when it comes to being a chick thing, yes, the over-the-top thing, well, no, we can't even argue that because I got invited to a dude's birthday party, a grown-ass man's birthday.
That was the
Yep.
that was the weirdest thing. But there's nothing sadder than seeing a male co-worker on his birthday leaving with what's left of his birthday cake and going home. That sad box of sugar
No,
to
see,
go home.
Here's the thing. That sounds like a fantasy to me. I get a half
You
a
had to go
private
home with
cake.
But you look so sad walking out the door with
Bro,
it.
you could not wipe the smile off my face. I get a half a cake all to myself. No one can see me how fast I'm going to eat it.
It's the parade of shame.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Breezy, our coworker down on PXY, it was her birthday yesterday. She takes her birthday very seriously.
She treats it as a national holiday, man, where the bank's closed.
And she expects everyone around her to do so. Kimmy, realizing at the end of the show that she did not wish Breezy happy birthday.
I got it in, though.
You got it.
Got it in.
Jumped out of her chair, sprinted down the hallway because she did not want to feel the wrath of Breezy.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, there are two kinds of people, right? Well, I guess with Kimmy bringing up the subtle one, there's three.
Yeah.
There are people who announce it's my birthday, worship me.
Yeah.
There are the people who will not tell you it's their birthday, but they want the acknowledgement. And then there's the other folks who they do not want anyone to know it's their birthday, period.
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes this a little bit complicated because I'm with you. I don't want to wish you a happy birthday if it's something that you don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
Because people get depressed getting old.
Yeah.
Birthdays can hold, like, certain, like, past trauma, significant things.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It brings stuff up, man.
I don't want to stick it in there. But, like, when Breezy says it's my birthday and there are balloons that say happy birthday hanging in the studio.
And here's the thing. I thought that was a joke. I thought, like, they were just goofing around. I
No.
didn't realize that was, like, a legitimate shrine to her birthday.
Moose had to do all of it. He went in, he came in on his day off and had to do all of it.
He came in on his day off,
Yeah.
and he had to buy all that
He
crap.
came in
Yeah,
on his day off and then came in like extra early yesterday to make sure it was all set for when she got there.
He texted me on Sunday, hey, man, I need you to do this for me and wish her a happy
To
birthday on
tape
the air.
that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He texted me on Sunday.
He knows the drill.
All right, what about company-wide birthdays?
Wait a minute.
Okay, so there's two ways those work, right? The smaller places will do like a cake for each person on their actual
Yeah.
birthday. The bigger places will do like a cake once a month for everyone that has a birthday in May.
Here's our May birthdays. Yeah.
Should jobs acknowledge the birthdays of the people who work there?
No, of course not.
No?
Why would you? Hey, how about this? Give me a bonus check.
Well, they're not going to pay you more. I mean,
But then I
it's
don't
just
want your
small-
goddamn cake.
I'm going to say no.
Wait, hold on. You're not eating the cake unless you get paid to eat the cake?
No, I want a bonus check, no cake.
I get it, but you're not going to get a bonus check.
You might
I
get a
ain't
bonus
eating
cake,
your cake.
if you're lucky.
Okay. So more cake for everyone else?
Yeah, go ahead. Eat my cake.
Kimmy, I'm sorry. You were saying.
I don't know if I don't think that should be a thing that your workplace should be responsible for. Because again, you might be outing people that don't want to celebrate their birthday.
Okay.
And also brings out the other ones, the cake eaters.
What's wrong with
Bro,
that?
we have some cake hoes
That's-
coming around, man.
Oh my God.
You break out the cake.
Oh, my God.
We had one guy, he was a two-slicer. And that God, if there was pizza, he was the biggest cake hoe I ever seen, man.
He was a cake-o with the
Pizza
pizza.
pie
No,
hoe.
he was a cake-o with the pizza, Kimmy.
Yeah.
That's what he was.
He was, bro, 3 pieces and 2 slices.
Bro, if there's enough, let him eat as much pizza or cake as he wants,
but
man.
you just feed these fatties, man.
So what?
Sometimes like that's what you have to look forward to in your day.
What, sugar spike and douche?
Yes.
You got
what?
cake today.
Well, he says douche
Go
and he
me.
rubs his
I
vagina.
haven't
I know,
hitched.
what are you doing?
I hope
I
you-
haven't hitched.
I have an
man.
itch on my crotch. You're on camera right now.
It's one of the few places that isn't numb on my leg. It gets a tingle.
Here's the thing, though, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there are people that feel, we talked about worker burnout and not feeling acknowledged by the place that you work. Granted, I look at, like, here's a piece of cake as a slap across the face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are people who see companies that don't do the birthday stuff and say, well, if you don't care about me at all, what am I even doing here? It goes a long way for some
Yeah.
people.
But I guess
Alright.
who are you more worried about pleasing? Because you're going to have both types of workers, right? People that care and people that want no part of it.
So is it better to err on the side of making people feel special? Or is it better to err on the side of outing people that don't want
If I'm the
I
boss,
guess
Yeah.
maybe more
Oh.
people
feed the suckers.
kind of like the attention than are willing to admit.
Sucker. You a birthday sucker, you cake-o.
Adam writes us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. I prefer my coworkers not knowing it's my birthday. I'm all for meeting up for a few drinks with close friends. Okay, that's easy. What about when that person you work with wants you to come to happy hour for their birthday? What do you do then?
I mean, a happy hour I could.
Oh, it's not cake, but it's booze, so I'll go. Booze hoe? Booze ass hoe? Walking around with your ass hanging out, drinking your booze. You don't take care of your kids. Dope chopping, weed transporting, booze hoeing. I love how as soon as Kimmy is something he likes. Oh, yeah, actually, you should celebrate their birthday.
well, but it's more adult themed. At least you have alcohol.
But you got to take time out of your free time now to go spend it at a bar
Right,
with someone that
right.
you're not friends
You're
all
with.
right, so here's what
obligated.
I would be for. We celebrate you. We celebrate your birthday at work. Shots.
Wait, at job?
One shot. You do one shot. Everybody's gonna do a birthday shot.
What's one shot going to do for you?
Oh, it's a nice little glow.
Because you're going to try and get 2 shots and then 3 shots.
Well, if you're not gonna drink it, I'll drink it.
You know what that makes you.
Okay.
Shot hoe. You a shot Oh, stacking them shots like a hoe ass hanging out, shot hoe and bitch. Let's take a break. He only laughs at the jokes that he says that you say back to him.
Yeah, I know.
I laugh at a lot of
It's
stuff.
brilliant. It's brilliant.
What?
Did you see this story that happened in Greece yesterday?
Was it Chase?
Road rage.
Well,
Oh, yes, I did. Yeah, because everybody out of the car.
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it almost looked like it was staged.
this is officially the message from the universe to everyone
Yeah.
listening that it's time to cool out
Right, chill.
because the truest thing you will hear all week long
Yeah.
when you are mad at somebody else, you do not know where they come from, what kind of day they had,
Yeah.
and what they have on them.
Okay.
And we will get into it next here in the break room on CMF. you never know the background of the person upset with you.
Sure.
And that's something we all need to keep in mind after a story out of Greece. Because this scary thing, maybe one of the scariest you can think of, showed up all at once.
Yep.
And if everyone had been cool, a lot of things would be different this morning. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF in about half an hour. It's everyone's favorite break room game.
Yeah, buddy. I'm ready.
I wouldn't know you're going to lose focus immediately.
No. I've been practicing.
Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. Where they whining coming at you. Tommy won last week based on the new rules implemented by you listeners at the first of the year. Tommy now has to go last. And the reason we abandoned moving Tommy around the board in the first place is because he doesn't have the attention span nor the patience to wait to make his pick. So, Kimmy, you made a prediction last week that because he's going last,
He's going to disqualify himself.
How?
I know you're not taking notes.
I don't know.
And it happens to some of the best where they won in players.
ooh,
What?
I said ooh. I was emphasizing
Oh, I
your
thought you
point.
said who.
I said ooh.
So I can't imagine that
So you think I'm
you're
going to
gonna
pick
pay
something?
attention the whole way through.
I'm going to mispick.
You're going to just zone out.
Yeah.
And
What?
you're going to make obvious faces when somebody picks what you
repeat
wanted.
stuff we've said like 60 seconds prior.
I'm gonna poker face this thing.
Okay.
Just after 9 o'clock, where they went in here in the break room on CMF. On Sunday, just before 7 p.m., there was a car accident on Dewey Ave in the town of Greece. Police say a vehicle was backing out of a driveway when it was hit by a Chevy Suburban. And that's when all hell broke loose.
I mean, the accident's scary enough because I think they have, I don't know if it's like a ring cam or some sort of footage of this whole thing happening.
Authorities say people in the Suburban confronted the folks in the other car.
The guy that was pulling out of his driveway.
You got it.
Yeah.
It led to them getting out of the car, which caused a fist fight that lasted in the middle of Dewey Ave for several minutes.
A melee.
Both cars emptied out.
Yeah, so there's like 10 people,
Yeah.
Kimmy.
Between the two cars.
Yes,
I don't even know who's with who.
Yeah, you're right. And that's bad.
Yeah.
But we're not done. According to police, a 23-year-old woman had a 2-month infant in the Suburban that wasn't in a car seat.
Oh, God.
During the fight, according to police, the infant was allegedly passed around, presumably to keep it from also getting in the fist fight.
So the kid was out of the car.
Somebody must have been holding the kid.
I
in
don't
the
know if
car,
the kid was
maybe?
in the car or out of the
All right.
car, but that baby wanted a piece.
Yeah.
So they had to hold it back. So that's really bad.
Yeah.
But we're still not done.
What else?
Police say a 22-year-old woman, also in the Suburban, eventually retrieved a shotgun from her vehicle.
Oh, my God.
Then, according to police, started to point it at people during the fight.
A gun.
A
Right.
shotgun.
Yeah.
Shotgun
Scattergun.
in the middle of Dewey Avenue. She then allegedly took an iPhone from someone in the other car during the fight. Thank God, no shots fired.
Yes.
The Greece Police Department say both women, the woman with the infant and the woman with the shotgun, fled the scene, but were eventually found and arrested.
Yeah.
The 22-year-old alleged shotgun wielder was charged with robbery, menacing, harassment, and unlicensed operation. She must have been the driver of the Suburban.
Yeah.
The 23-year-old with the baby, charged with endangering the welfare of a child and disorderly conduct.
What about the kid selling soda on the side of the street?
Oh,
Just, he saw an opportunity here. Man, you guys are working up a thirst over there.
Orange soda for a nickel. Orange soda for a nickel. Got your cream soda, too. There is no way
Yeah.
the folks who backed out of the driveway
Yeah.
could have imagined
No.
things would have developed into what they allegedly did.
Sure.
Because, Tommy, you don't anticipate a full-on fist fight in the street and
Well,
then staring
especially-
down the barrel of a shotgun.
Especially because you were the ones that got hit.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Because the guy pulled out, the other person clipped
I
him.
wouldn't
Yep.
think the person that hit me is as mad as I am right now that I got
Yeah.
hit. But it turns out that they were pretty upset.
All right, but here's the thing. I think with like 70% of car accidents,
Yeah.
everyone thinks the other person's at fault.
Yeah, true.
So you're both getting out hot.
Sure.
Like there are those rare instances where it's
Yeah.
like, okay, I effed up. I'm really sorry. Are you
Yeah.
okay? But I mean, Tommy, you see, people get in fist fights over
Yeah.
car accidents
But
all the
it-
time.
Yeah.
I think it escalated so quickly that I don't even know what that other person could have done to make you mad that fast. Do you
But
know
it does
what I mean?
happen. It happens getting out of the car.
Yeah. But I think you would have had to get out of the car just based on where it happened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This isn't an incident where you could have stayed in the car.
No, I know what you mean. Well, I mean, you got to get out to exchange information, wait for the cops to get there. But, I mean, the fact that it's like, all right, everyone's getting out of both cars.
Here comes guns, babies.
It was like the Warriors with cars.
Why steal the cell phone?
Maybe they were filming her and she didn't want to get caught.
Okay.
I mean, if the allegations are true.
Possibly.
Okay, so like we said, you don't anticipate a full-on fist fight in the street
No.
with a shotgun showing up. But maybe this story is a lesson that you should.
Okay.
Tensions are high as of late.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of stresses in the
Oh,
world.
a lot of crazy things going on, Pat.
And there are some folks, Tommy, that are just looking for that one thing
Yep.
that's going to push them over the edge.
Mm-hmm.
When you end up in a conflict with someone, whether it be road rage, grocery store rage, neighbor issue, whatever, you have no idea what that person standing across from you is capable of.
Oh, yeah.
And based on how they look is no indication of what they could do to you.
And what they're driving, anything, yeah.
You don't know their past.
Yeah.
You don't know what they have on them. You can't be sure they don't have a screw loose. And I know this sounds simple, but I think it needs to be said. The safest thing to do is treat everyone like they have a screw loose and a shotgun in the Suburban.
Yeah.
Right?
But there are also people that, everybody knows these people that are just dying to pop somebody.
That's what I mean.
Just dying before they even leave the house.
I get it.
They're just hoping somebody looks at them the wrong way and they get an excuse to just blow off some steam.
So don't give them a reason.
Right.
And look, I understand the anger of someone that's been in a car accident that believes it's the other person's fault. And it sucks, especially if that person gets out and starts screaming at you. But you know what sucks more than that?
What's that?
A hole in your abdomen from a shotgun.
Yeah. Shotgun will F you up pretty good.
And I get that self-control can be hard to come by, especially in a moment where tensions are high. But for God's sakes, man, full-on brawl in the middle of Dewey Avenue with a 2-month-old baby and a shotgun being thrown around. Everybody needs to cool out. Cool out, everybody.
By the way, we're not even into summer yet.
No.
Like, this is the kind of thing you see around August.
Yeah.
When it's like 90 degrees out and everybody's miserable.
Deep summer shenanigans.
Look, man, I always try to be optimistic guy. But, like, this story and knowing the temperature of a lot of people really makes me nervous about, like, what the potential for the rest of the summer holds.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
I understand.
Because, like, this wasn't a crime to begin with.
No.
Both of these people did not set out looking to hurt somebody that day.
You could solve this.
This just happened.
Yeah.
Again, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Around 7 p.m. on Sunday, a car backing out of a driveway on Dewey Avenue was hit by a Chevy Suburban. Police say the folks in the Suburban got out, started yelling at the folks in the car, who then also got out, turned into a full-on, 10-person fist fight in the middle of Dewey Avenue. There was a 23-year-old woman who had a 2-month infant in the Suburban that was not in a car seat. According to police, the infant was allegedly passed around during the fight. Then, a 22-year-old woman, also in the Suburban, police say retrieved a shotgun from the vehicle, started pointing it at people during the confrontation in the middle of Dewey Ave. She then allegedly took an iPhone from someone that was in the other car during the fight. Both of those women, police say, fled the scene but were found and arrested. Both of the women have court date coming up for all of the charges you can think of.
Damn.
You know why stuff like this keeps happening?
What?
The need for the last word.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I want to prove that I'm right and you're wrong. Yeah.
Most people are really bad at letting go the need for the last word. Because you want people to think you're right. You want to tell your friends afterwards, like, then I said, and they're all like, oh. And then there's like people standing around that'll be like, ooh.
Yeah.
But like, again, look at this story and ask yourself, what are you willing to sacrifice for the last word?
But you're never thinking clearly when you're jumping out of your car and you're pissed.
Understood. But
you got Kimberly and Beck blaring on the radio. What do you expect from these people?
You're going way back for that podcast. And the last word could also be like
your last word.
Period. End of sentence. Right? Like if it ends up escalating to a point. Like I think people overestimate how well they can read the danger on somebody else. You have no idea what that person is capable of and what they are willing to do to you.
Well, I will say this: most people, I guess, that do this, like you've never been assaulted. Like if you've been assaulted at any time in your life, you want no part of it.
You proceed with caution.
The people that do, I don't get.
Okay.
Because any time I've been roughed up, pushed around, or punched, I wanted none of it, and I don't want any of it. That's why I'm a huge coward.
No, I mean, look, to your point, like that one time you got pistol whipped, you peed your pants.
Yes, I did.
Peed all over your little pants.
Yeah. And I had a belly full of wee.
Yeah. And you had to go home and change your pee pants.
I did not have to go home.
Oh.
No.
Oh, wait, what?
Well, I didn't go home right away. I had to sit there and wait for the cops.
Oh, you had to sit in your pee pants.
I had to stand. In my wetness.
Stand
in my wet
attention.
shame. In my southern wet shame.
Standing at pee pants attention.
Bro, it went down to my socks, man. I mean, I emptied. Filled my work shoes. Full of fear.
You know, I do want to go back to something you said, right? Like, if you've ever been assaulted, you don't want any part of this.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say, if you keep a shotgun in your Chevy Suburban,
with a kid,
that person has probably been in a fight or two in their life.
Yeah.
And that didn't stop them from doing that.
And you thought it was a
keep
good
there for a
idea.
reason.
Yeah, shotgun and a kid.
Yeah, shotgun's a
Yeah.
very odd weapon to have in a car.
Right.
You know what's strange, though?
What?
And I mean, I'm sure maybe there's other charges coming. Nobody is being charged with illegal possession of a weapon,
True.
unlawful possession of a weapon, which
Right.
means that
Well, a shotgun, you
Legally owned, you're saying?
well, I mean, you do need a background check for a shotgun. We found that out the other day.
do?
Right? Can we Google that just to make sure we
I know you need it for a pistol.
So I was under the impression that shotgun you could just buy, but we found a bunch of people called us and said
So
that
you do
wasn't
need
the
it.
case.
Okay.
That's what I mean, unless I'm wrong.
All right.
252 WCMF. It's possible they legally own that
I
shotgun.
mean, they could. I mean, they sell them all. I don't know if they still do, but Walmart used to sell firearms.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a bunch of places you can get them around
Yeah.
here, but I'm saying, like, it's like
Shotgun Larry's, that's a great joint.
Shotgun Larry's.
Will you tell me that's not a great name for a gun store?
I'd open up a bar called Shotgun Larry's. Topless chicks Thursday night.
Yeah, don't open up a bar with a shotgun in the theme.
You don't. Whoa.
What did you call me? You said my wife's a woman?
I want to fight. Them's fighting words. It's like shotgun and a beer. Shotgun Larry.
Oh, okay.
Yes, New York State requires a background check for shotguns.
Okay.
Oh.
So, like, that woman had enough not in her background, at least as far as we know
Yeah.
now, where she was able to
Well, I guess
Yeah.
buy it.
do we know if it was hers, though, or somebody in the car?
I'm
owned
just
it?
saying there was a legal shotgun, as far as we know
Yeah.
right now, in the
All
back
right.
of a Chevy Suburban with a 2-year-old without a car seat, or 2-month-old, excuse me, without a car seat. Look, man, everybody be cool.
All right.
Everything is fine, you know. Car sucks.
This speech should work.
Well, no, I'm just...
Cool your
Everybody
jets.
cool, man.
I do think that if you think about it for a second,
Yeah, you're right.
just take half a beat.
Yeah.
Half a beat. Because also, like, the other thing nobody really considers, like, in this story, both of the cars probably had their radios on,
Yeah, yeah.
right? Either they're playing music or they're listening to
Sure.
something. You could die to, like, the worst song you've ever heard in your
Yeah,
life.
true.
Like, all of a sudden, the Macarena comes on, and you're bleeding out of your stomach in a driveway on Dewey Avenue.
Yeah.
And the last thing you hear on this earth, you want that to happen?
That's true.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
You don't want to get beaten to death to the sounds of, like, Billy Idol. Just consider what your last audible things will be.
All right. But the problem is it always happens so fast. Like, it's never
Right.
like this unfolding thing.
Fair.
Like, every time it's happened to me or I've been around it, it was almost like I can't believe this is happening in front of me.
You're right. And that's what this story, I mean, you watch
Yes.
this video that
I'm
exists
backing
in
out,
this-
and next thing you know, it's a melee in my front yard.
And there are times where you have to get out of your car,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, your natural
talk
action
to
is to see
them.
what damage is. Is everybody
Yeah,
okay? What's
right,
going
right.
on? We're going to exchange paperwork
You can't
here.
avoid interacting with that person.
Understood. But, I mean, if they come out hot,
Yeah.
you know, you've
Yeah.
got a choice to make.
Yeah, you may want to sit there for a minute.
Yeah.
Keep the door locked.
All right. So what do we learn here?
Stay in your car.
Okay. Do not bring a shotgun in your Suburban.
Put the baby in a seat.
Baby in a seat's a good idea. And cool
Cool out.
out.
It's the
man.
summer of cool out. According to Pat W. says cool out, man.
Okay. I don't see you with any better suggestions.
I say don't. I'm with you.
Oh, so you're saying cool out? You're making fun of
No,
me for
I
saying
am a
cool out?
guy. Everybody, needs to think of their inner coward.
I don't think you're a coward for not wanting to fight someone with a shotgun.
I agree,
Inner
but there's some
caution.
guys that go, they got to macho up,
Okay.
cowboy up, as they say.
All right. Guy who cowboys up.
Be a
you're-
coward cowboy.
in my head.
There's your T-shirt. I'm a CMF coward cowboy.
Let's take a break. We talked earlier this morning about the ground round reopening.
Yeah.
No word yet, like we said, if there's one in Rochester coming, but there is another business going the opposite way. In fact, so opposite, you were unaware, I promise you, that any of these still existed.
Oh, really?
But even with this one closing, there are somehow still 6 of these left nationwide.
For who?
We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on CMF. And then there were 6.
6.
And that might be the most amazing part about the story, that there are still 6 of these left in America.
And it sounds like it's obsolete, whatever they're pushing.
I'll be honest with you, man. I thought this company went out of business 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Completely. But with the closing of one of their last stores,
Mm-hmm.
there are still 6 of these you can go find somewhere in America.
All right, what am I getting?
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. In just a little while, it's Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock. Kimmy's got her post. Bro, you got no shot picking
Watch
from the back
this.
end. Ain't no
I'm
chance.
gonna flutie this
Do you
thing,
want
man.
like a pencil and paper? I'll get you some.
No, do not. He doesn't even know how to spell the names of half the towns in this area.
This is gonna be my Orange Bowl Doug Flutie moment.
Tommy won last week. Therefore, he is picking from the back end.
Mm-hmm.
Where they whining? Coming up in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. Last week,
Yeah.
one of the last Radio Shacks in America closed their doors.
I didn't think they existed anymore.
So this Radio Shack was in Maryland, Frederick, Maryland, Prince Frederick, excuse
Yeah.
me. We've both been.
Yeah.
The woman they interview in this story had been the manager of this Radio Shack for 34 years.
Oh my God.
Damn, what a run.
34 years. And like, which sucks too, because she's like right at that age where like she has to go find something new to
Right,
do, but
right.
Yeah.
like, what
I
are you
know.
gonna do?
Came up
Right.
a little short.
There you go. So the store, which by the way they walk around with, still has all of the things that the traditional Radio Shack
So that
carries.
means there's a warehouse where they still get like realistic receivers and stuff.
So Radio Shack still makes Radio Shack branded merchandise.
So it was
Oh.
realistic was their stereo.
Okay, I think it's now branded just Radio Shack
Okay.
based on
Yeah.
the stuff that I'm looking at here. But they had landline phones, like
For who?
like
I think they used to sell. They had like a section where they had cell phones. And
I
stuff,
think they
too.
lost the contract because Verizon was in there, wasn't it?
gotcha.
Wasn't it a
That
Verizon?
must
It might
be
have
what it
been.
was.
But I remember it's where you went and got like radio control cars. If you bought batteries there,
Yeah.
you got a 13-foot receipt for them. Remember that receipt that would just spit out forever?
Yeah, you're right.
And then you walk out with your 2 batteries.
And then CVS bought those receipt machines,
Yes.
and those are the receipts you get now?
So-
So the reason they still have Radio Shack branded merchandise, I'm sorry to
Yeah.
cut you off,
No.
is there are places that are authorized Radio Shack dealers,
Yeah.
meaning they are another store that sells Radio Shack stuff. That being said,
Mm-hmm.
there are still, in America, 6 freestanding brick-and-mortar Radio Shacks left.
And
Are they all in one region or are they spaced out?
Do not know.
Oh,
so they said, I wonder, like, because vinyl's back, and if you wanted a turntable or something, would they had that kind of stuff?
Yeah,
there?
but
but you
wait,
can get that at like Best Buy.
Oh.
or
Yeah.
Record Archive. I mean, I
Yeah.
can't imagine you're going to keep an entire
Or
brick-and-mortar
online,
store
yeah.
open over record needles.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, these ones, trying to figure out where these are, Kimmy.
Yeah.
I would be embarrassed coming out of one. Like, I'd be embarrassed if somebody. I would rather be coming out of a porn store than be coming out of a Radio Shack.
What's wrong with coming out of a Radio
It's
Shack?
sad, man, because it was never. Radio Shack was always the joke store because like there was like the height of stereos, right? There was like high end stereo shops, cool places, record stores, like you're talking about.
Yeah.
Radio Shack was like the lamest place you could buy anything.
Okay. Hey, what do you do for a living?
I'm talking on radio.
What's the first name of this store?
Radio.
Obsolete, stupid, embarrassing.
but, like, Nobody went to because their stuff was never considered like top end.
I understand. It was your bargain electronics place to go.
Yeah,
I get it.
you didn't look cool if you had a stereo system and it was Radio Shack. You wasn't getting laid.
Okay, but I still think I would like to walk into a Radio Shack
Oh,
one more time just to
I
see
would
what
love
it's
to
like,
go.
especially if they still have all of that like older stuff.
Just to mock it.
So it looks like most of the locations, from what I'm seeing, unless these are places that sell Radio Shack products,
Okay.
Yeah.
or if these are actual Radio Shacks, I'm not sure. But it looks like it's all in like the Midwest.
Okay, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
So, the reason these Radio Shacks, the 6 of them, would still exist is they are in small towns away from like
Yeah.
major society.
Okay.
And only living in Rochester,
Mm.
we take some of these things we're talking about for granted, like internet, for example. There are still some rural communities in the U.S. that struggle with having reliable
yeah.
internet.
Yeah, they're out there.
That's why Netflix was keeping their DVD rental by mail operating until just last year.
Yeah.
They just shut it down. So, like, we sit here and go, who needs a landline phone?
Yeah.
Who needs a CD player? Who needs a Walkman?
Yeah, some remote areas.
I mean, yeah, like,
But you think by now that the technology, like you could, it would have caught up by now.
Yeah, no, if there's one thing that America's been great at the last 20 years, it's infrastructure.
But not like cell towers and stuff where there's money.
Yeah, but if there's not enough money
Oh.
And there
where
are
there's
places
only
around, Monroe County where you have tough time getting service.
I mean, she's right.
Yeah.
Hell, I mean, you go drive down 90, there is a spot between Darien Lake and Buffalo where your
Yeah.
cell phone map it just dies.
Yeah.
It's gone. 252 WCMF. Radio Shack, one of the last 7, now 6 Radio Shacks in America closed last week. It is in Maryland. It's gone forever, and they still have all of those Radio Shack products that you remember them having. I'm looking at the cables. I'm looking at the old, not like my headphones, but, they had, the big puffy things on them.
Yeah. They probably still sell patch cords and all that stuff for your stereo.
I don't know what that is.
So it's what you plugged in from your receiver to your turntable. You needed a patch cord to make it work.
Okay.
And then you needed speaker wire that you had to split, and you had to pull those screws out and try to get it in there.
I do vaguely remember that when I was a kid. How did you guys not figure out how to make that easier?
I wasn't making it.
Oh, you want to listen to music? Yeah, simply unscrew the back of your stereo, take this open wire, stick it in this hole, screw it back in again, and hope that it worked. And if it didn't, got to do the whole 10-minute process
Like
all
the
over again.
extent of
remember
most
people-
men's engineering skills or electrical skills.
But you see, like people would run speaker wire along their baseboards because they would have the speakers in different spots of the room. But you could see the speaker wire.
Okay, don't be a judgy bitch.
No,
you're being a judge.
This is how we lived back then, with shag carpeting and speaker wire.
You can hide it in the shag, man.
Well, you couldn't because the speaker wire was black, and if you had black shag carpeting, you had other issues going on in that house, like sacrifices.
So it looks like there is one in Whitney Point, New York.
Okay.
Never heard of that.
That did pop up, but it was called something Radio Shack.
Oh, maybe it's not one of the original.
Unless-
Radio Shack Cafe.
Unless it is one of the originals. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell.
All right. Well, that's the closest you're going to
All
get.
right, if you need batteries, get to Radio Shack.
All right, it's time, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's do it.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And because our winner from last week, who ass backwards fell into a victory for the first time in over 12 months,
Boss Hoss's bag, baby.
is going last, that means the second spot is open this morning.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you want to try and guarantee your spot, you call us now. Kimmy reads the post next. We do it. Where are they whining? Here in the break room. Let's see you back. This is going to be the most trying Where They Whining we've ever done.
I think it's going to be epic.
No, bro, you're already not paying attention because you know you're not going till last.
It's going to be epic.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, it's Tuesday, it's 9 o'clock. It is time for Where They Whining, and here's what you need to know.
How is that?
All right, first of all, if you've never played the game before, Kimmy has a post from the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. She has removed street names and town references, but there is still enough in that post, little clues, where you will be able to tell if you listen.
You have to listen.
What village, town, neighborhood in the city of Rochester it came from. Any of those. You're going to call us up when there's a free phone line at 252-WCMF, and you're going to tell us where they whining. So if you missed last week, for the first time in over a calendar year, Tommy won.
Yeah.
And based on the rules that you, as the audience, voted for, he now has to go last today.
4-star Tommy.
Yep. Behind 5-star Pat. So the problem with this...
What's the problem?
Well, one of the complaints early on when we started this game is that you and I got to pick first and second, right? So we decided to implement a lottery system where we drew numbers for where we would pick that day. And we had to abandon that because if you don't pick first, you get bored, you stop paying attention, and it becomes a disaster. You've never picked last, and I am afraid of what is about to happen.
Watch and learn.
Kimmy, you have made a prediction.
What was your prediction?
You're going to disqualify
Oh,
yourself.
my God. That's what I'm going to do.
And I've told you this enough times where I would think you'd go to great lengths to prove me wrong, like write down what people pick. But you don't seem to be adjusting at all.
No, but
which
I got to
makes me double down on that opinion.
I have a good memory, but things I remember. You didn't say
No,
sometimes.
you don't.
You
Well, okay,
say sometimes.
no, I said you remember very weird things.
Yes.
I don't know if I said you had a good memory.
The only thing that you've remembered that we've ever talked about on this show was the name of the man from Irondequoit who didn't want the coffee shop in that new building.
Are you talking about the great Joey Palladino?
That name that we're living in for me in the break room. All right. Folks are waiting on hold.
Let's do this.
Kimmy, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Tommy, go ahead and take your nap.
No, I'm ready, bro.
He'll pay attention to the second read.
I'm going to be like a laser.
Okay.
Kimmy, let's do this thing.
Pittsburgh! Victor! Where they whining?
I'm sorry that this post is necessary, but it has to be said, and I think most of you will agree. Why do people think
See, he's already not paying attention because he didn't go, ooh, like he always does. Like
I'm
an
waiting.
idiot.
I'm waiting.
Why do people think it's okay to look like slobs at church? It's so very disrespectful.
Thank you.
I'm tired of the argument times have changed. Yes, the dress code is more casual now, but there's a difference between casual and unkempt. Put some effort in. This is a perfect example of what I mean. The little boys sitting next to me on Easter Sunday had to be between the ages of 5 and 10 and had grass stains all over their clothes. Come on. It's one of the most important holy holidays of the year. You can't find clean clothes to put on your children. That's just one of a bunch of things that bothered me about the way people were dressed that day. It gets worse every year. When I was a little girl going to church, we wore fancy hats and white gloves. Now, hoodies and sweatpants are everywhere. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It all went downhill when jeans became acceptable in church. It gets sloppier with every
church.
generation. Parents,
They do a Gene Mass.
it gets sloppier with every generation. Parents, this change starts with you. And I stopped it there because this woman goes on about basically how respecting church brings you closer to God and blah, blah, blah.
Gotcha.
And you guys get the message at this
right.
point.
Before we get into this, can I go off on a tiny little rant?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It has always bothered me, people that insist you dress up for church. Because, like, if you believe in what you're going to church for, like, the guy that lived in poverty and walked around in sandals, right?
Yeah.
He's
You got to put
judging
on
your hat.
got to put on a tie. Read the book anyway. All right. So normally this is where you pick,
Right.
But you are going last.
I'm tail end Charlie over here.
All right, so I'm up. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say this is a Catholic church based on people in grass stains that she hasn't seen there on a Sunday. Christmas, Easter, Catholic. So we then turn, Kimmy, to where the highest concentration of Catholic folks may still be in the greater Rochester area.
Churchgoers.
Yep. West Side seems too easy. That's where everyone's head's going.
So where's Holy Town? Oh, that's where your mom lives.
Is that?
Thank
I
you.
have to wait till
Insult?
that place. No. She's very holy.
Okay.
Deep, holy.
Shut
woman.
up. I'm gonna go
You're
out.
already distracting yourself.
No, like he's trying not to be bored. He's trying. Look at him kicking his feet like a toddler.
I told you he's a giggle monster today.
Don't let me down. Holy mom town.
That's not what you said. All right. They whining based on old school sensibility.
Okay.
Folks still going to church. And
Churches.
a high concentration of potential Catholic church goers.
Where you at?
Irondequoit. Ah, you bitch. You didn't make fun of me right away.
I don't know.
That's what he
I mean,
wanted.
I think at one point you may. I don't know if the town has changed so much that those people are gone.
No, what do you mean those people?
Disqualify himself before
The
he
Palladino.
started.
No, it's the perfect mix. You got young people moving in. You got old folks that are still there that would take this very
But it's
seriously.
only the old folk that are holding on.
Well, no, I agree with you there.
I mean, that takes an old lady take.
Yes, but like where else is the older population in the greater Rochester area that would still be going to church other than on the west side? And I don't feel west side here.
All right.
Don't feel it. All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy is going last again, so that's rule one.
I'm just kicking back, man. I'm not saying a word.
The other rule you must observe.
What's that?
You get one pick and one pick only. If you are on hold and you hear someone else say the town you were going to say, you got two options. Hang up the phone, try again next week. We will not be mad at you.
All right.
Or pick another town. If we pick up the phone and you say, I was going to say, but then I went, ah. Beautiful harmony, Kimmy. Yeah. You have been disqualified, and the commissioner has all final say. And I do want to be clear, Kimmy. He can disqualify himself before we get to the pick, right? If he gets
I'm
too
trying to think
agreeable?
of how this would work.
If he gets
because
too agreeable.
we haven't had a person who won
In
get
the room?
get to react to all the.
Okay.
But I'm gonna say you better be careful what you say. You can't allude to wanting that pick. Does that make sense?
I can't say. Basically.
You can say again that's a good pick. You
Okay.
can't say that's the place
All
or
right. I'm
that's
cool.
the
I
winner.
got it. I got it.
Okay.
252-WCMF.
Such a
Let's
nag.
kick it off with, I wouldn't yell at the commissioner if I were you.
Just
She
set the
nag-assing.
rules straight so you can't argue them later.
Pete's going to kick it off. Pete, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going Greece
Why Greece?
because Greece was a very religious town when me and you were kids, and she said when she was a little girl, and me and you were at that age where people start referring to themselves as little back in the day.
I don't see this woman as our age, man. I got her older in my head.
Oh,
what,
yeah.
what age do you have?
I had like mid 40s, early 50s.
No, man. This is an old bag.
You're old bag, and you still freaking call us old bag. So come on, it's definitely Greece. I'm
Okay.
going Greece
All
because
right.
it took that a year and a half to catch up to me.
Okay, but you're not there anymore. So I don't know. Greece seems too scratch, man. It seems too on the nose. I think Kimmy would not pick that town with this post. That's what I'm going with.
But a lot of churches in Greece,
You
right?
never know.
Pete, thanks for the call.
I mean,
Bro,
you got to have you got to be slammed with Catholic churches.
every
in
town is,
Greece.
but here's the thing. Every town is slammed with church.
Yeah.
I mean, some kind of offshoot.
Yeah.
It is weird. You go to a tiny town, like Canandaigua, for example. You go down Main Street in Canandaigua, there's like 5 churches
Yeah.
in like a 500-yard area.
Right.
All right, 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Barber. Barber, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with a town where people like to look down their long noses at other people, Pittsburgh.
Why Pittsburgh?
Like I said, the people there very judgmental. They like to look down on those who aren't as good as them.
Is
I have a
Pitt-
feeling if this lady is, well-to-do now and all that, and then maybe this other family aren't
There's
as
some
well-to-do.
snootiness to the post.
I don't see Pittsburgh as a traditionally religious town.
But they do
though.
have a big Catholic church right on Main Street.
Okay, just because, I mean, again, every town has a church. I've never associated religious and Pittsburgh.
Oh.
In fact, now that I think about it, the more affluent the town, the less I think religious.
Well, that's true. But the older set still go.
Do
And the
they?
young set do the holidays.
Do they?
I think so.
Oh.
And they got a school there and stuff.
They got a school there and stuff?
Yeah, they have business school.
What?
Yeah, they have a business school there.
At the
Don't they have a
church?
school
Yeah,
called
yeah, yeah.
Nazareth?
Okay. Barbara, thanks for the call, buddy. Yeah, you
It says Jesus saves, Moses invests.
boo. See, these are the punchlines we get when he has to wait to go last. This show sucks
Write
so
it
hard.
down, write it
so
down.
do not write that down.
Right, that's a good one.
252
That's a good
WCMF.
singer for Saturday night.
252-9263. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, where are they whining, buddy?
Morning. So I'm not sure the area, but I want to go like the East Ave area near the Greek church.
Okay, so
East Ave.
We'll go
Ain't
with
no
the
religion down
East
there.
Ave. Well, what are you talking? No, he's right. There's
Soulless.
the Greek Orthodox Church right there, across the street from all the mansions.
Bro, that's old school.
Have you ever been in there, by the way?
Right.
Oh, yeah. That's where they hold the festival.
It's like religious Disneyland.
Yeah. But I don't think of that area.
Sounds
as-
like a old Greek lady.
But hold on, there's Greek churches in every town, especially on the east side.
Yeah.
Irondequoit, near Irondequoit, the outside of Irondequoit.
I wasn't getting a Greek vibe.
No.
No. I mean, I was getting a Catholic vibe.
Well, but no, I mean they're similar.
I understand. Yeah. Greek Orthodox, Catholic, kind of same.
Yeah. Similar.
It ain't Greek.
All right, well, we got him for East Ave. Chris, thanks for the call, buddy.
East
Have a good
Ave.
rest of the day. What?
Those are like show churches.
Here's the thing.
Show churches.
What
You
is
know
a
what I mean?
No, I don't. What does that mean?
There are show churches. There are certain churches like people just use as like showy. They don't
What?
use them all the time.
Oh, you're saying like they get married there because they want
yeah,
the
they
pictures
get
and stuff
married
like
there. That's what the festival is. But like everydayers ain't going.
that? Okay, but here's the thing. If you live near that church, if you grew up with that church, that is your church. And, I mean, look, all the old school Catholic churches in town are showy churches.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess every church is a show church now.
Well, no, because like the more modern
Well,
churches.
like the ones Danny used to go to, like those mega churches.
But even the Catholic churches that were built more recently, I mean, they don't have the over-the-top grandeur
Yeah.
that the old
That
school.
Gothic look.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Cody. Cody, where they whining, brother?
They're whining in East Rochester.
Why East Rochester?
So East Rochester has
Oh.
per capita.
Say that again. I'm sorry. You cut out there. It sounded like someone from East Rochester tried to silence you.
My Bluetooth switched itself.
Okay.
East Rochester is a shocking amount of churches per capita.
Okay.
And you've got St. John Fisher and Nazareth both right there.
Okay. I don't know if a Catholic college influences how many Catholics there are in the area, Cody.
I think it does because you've got, all of the more religious central people going to those universities living nearby.
Okay.
And East Rochester is the kind of neighborhood where you're going to have a mix of the uptight churchgoers and the other folks who are going, but who aren't necessarily as into it as everybody else, so they might not care about the dress codes as much.
All right. Look, not the worst guess in the world. I mean, you've done much worse, Cody. You've done much worse.
I have, and the fact that you kind of like it scares me.
All right, well, that's what you get for being a dick. Cody, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's take one more before we get a reread for the
All right,
folks
let's
just
do
joining
it.
us. Let's go. A lady we haven't heard from in a while.
Who's that?
Our girl, Alex, is on CMF. Alex, where they whining?
I'm going to go with Spencerport this week.
Oh, my God, you always pick Spencerport.
I know, but listen, it's because when I heard it, I thought of my grandma, and I'm just like, I don't know, I'm going with my gut.
All right,
It
Alex.
usually works out for me.
Okay, Alex, let me ask you a question. Do you have kids
Yeah.
or no?
Yes.
You have kids. Okay. Do you take your kids to church on Christmas and Easter?
No.
Okay, so if you thought of your grandma
Yeah.
and she was yelling at people like you your age,
Yeah.
and you are not doing that, and you are from Spencerport, well, then what are we supposed to think, Alex?
I don't know. I think I might need to call my grandma.
All right, call your grandma, beg for forgiveness.
If she's
Alex.
alive?
Thanks for what a terrible thing to say.
Why? She's not old enough like she'd have a dead granny.
Alex, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Yeah, you can have a grandma at 27.
She sounds older.
No, she doesn't.
To me, she sounds like an older woman.
You monster. She loves
I
us.
don't mean like an ugly older woman. I mean a nice older woman.
Not only is she still alive, she just stopped running her farm last year. She's alive and thriving.
Oh, you're talking about Granny Farms.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alex, we got you for Spencerport. Thanks
Farming
for the call.
granny. Man, she's got to
I
be a
guess
hard
farming
ass.
keeps you young.
Yeah,
she's
well,
got to be a rough ass granny, man. She's out there farming.
not necessary.
She's got them big farm hands.
Big ass Granny Farmheads.
That's what killed Granddad. Tugged too hard. Poor grandpa. You could hear him howling 4 counties away.
What'd that sound like? There ain't a country grandma alive.
and grandpa ain't been born.
All right. 252 WCMF. Sit tight for a second.
Yeah.
Kimmy, can we get a reread for the folks that are just joining us?
You sure can.
Okay.
I'm sorry that this post is necessary, but it has to be said, and I think most of you will agree. Why do people think it's okay to look like slobs at church? It's so very disrespectful. I'm tired of the argument. Times have changed. Yes, the dress code is more casual now, but there's a difference between casual and unkempt. Put some effort in. This is an example of what I mean. The little boys sitting next to me on Easter Sunday had to be between the ages of 5 and 10 and had grass stains all over their clothes. Come on. It's one of the most important holy holidays of the year. You can't find clean clothes to put on your children? That's just one of a bunch of things that bothered me about the way people were dressed that day. It gets worse every year. When I was a little girl going to church, we wore fancy hats and white gloves. Now, hoodies and sweatpants are everywhere. Like I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It all went downhill when jeans became acceptable in church.
Nobody likes jeans.
It gets sloppier with every generation. Parents, this change starts with you. And then I cut it off because it just keeps going.
All right, I am in Irondequoit. Pete is in Greece. Barber is in Pittsford. Chris is down on East Ave. He's thinking of the Greek Orthodox Church down there. Cody is in East Rochester. Alex is in Spencerport, even though this applies to her where she grew up, and it does not actually apply to her. We got folks now trying to use clues here to help other people out. Dave writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF on Instagram. Detective Dave writes, grass stains were likely from an Easter egg hunt before services. Thanks, Dave.
Right. Okay.
Thank you so much. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Ben, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, Ben.
Good to hear from you.
Yeah. So I got lovely things. I'm gonna go with Fairport because I feel like it's an older lady. Like for me, this would be like somebody my mom's age that's gone to church her entire life, and it would be like somebody my age bringing their kids to church, and so that's what I'm thinking. So
Okay.
I don't know how many churches there are in Fairport. But
So
there's
wait,
a bunch.
you said, okay, so you got Fairport then. Fairport.
Yes. Also, one other thing. They don't have to be Catholic because I grew up going to Baptist church, and it was the same exact thing. On Christmas and Easter, you'd have everybody that would come to their one of two services.
I understand, but
it doesn't have to be Catholic.
No, I understand it doesn't have to be. In my opinion, and tell me if you think I'm wrong, Tom.
What's that?
The non-Catholic churches, unless they're like super cool modern church where everybody's dressed down, seem to be more fancy dressed than the lapsed Catholics that'll show up on Easter and
Probably,
Christmas.
yeah.
That's what I think. Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. We got you for Fairport. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's rip through a couple.
Okay,
here.
yeah, let's do it.
Let's talk to Peyton. Peyton, where are they whining?
They are whining at Penfield.
Why Penfield?
I get Penfield vibes. I don't know.
Ooh, Penfield vibes. All right, Peyton. We got your Penfield vibes, 252 WCMF. Christine? Christine, I need you to be quick. Where are they whining?
Henrietta.
Why Henrietta?
You told me to be quick, so just Henrietta.
This is the greatest call you've ever done. Thank you. Henrietta for Christine, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, where are they whining?
They're whining out in Gates.
Why Gates?
Man.
Every kid I went to Aquinas with, and I know you're from Aquinas, was from Gates.
Wait, but there's, they did lose
Every kid was from Gates, and this is an older woman, probably late 70s, maybe early 80s, who, as a young child, had to do the whole bonnet and white gloves thing.
I mean,
and there was a lot of Catholics, a lot of Italians out in Gates. It's my answer to winner.
All right, here's the problem, though. I'm
What?
trying to think right now. Are there Catholic churches left in Gates? Because
There's got to be some open.
St. Helens is gone. St. Theodore's
That's
is
a
in
Starbucks.
Shiloh. What am I missing? What Catholic
There's
churches?
got to be a couple Catholic churches.
What one? No, I mean, Hope Hall is not a. What Catholic church is left, Steve?
I don't know. I'm not from Gates, but that's my answer.
But think about this.
No. What's the one? Is that still a Catholic church next to North Star Christian Academy?
There's the Epiphany. I think the St. Pius.
Pius is what I'm thinking of. Theodore's is in Gates. Pius is in Shiloh, so maybe Theodore's would be the one that's.
But you got to remember, like, it's where you wrote the post. She could go somewhere else to go to church.
Okay, you're
She
right.
could travel to church.
Tommy actually made a smart comment. That's one of the smartest things he said all day.
Steve, let's not say things we can't take back.
All right.
Thanks for the call, Steve.
Have a good
252 WCMF. We'll take one more before we get to our reigning champion. Armand's got the last word. Armand, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm stuck between two towns, but I'm probably worst pick I ever had. I'm going Churchville.
You called for Churchville? You waited that long for Churchville?
Yeah, man, it was kind of hard. The only reason I'm going Churchville because it got to be an old lady who don't get out that much. You know, she bounced between Churchville and Riga, and you know she hasn't seen.
Did you call it? Did you call it Riga? Stop.
Yeah.
Did you call it Riga?
I know it was Riga, but Hey, I was stuck between two towns, so I had to go with Churchville.
All right, we got you for Churchville. You sure you don't want Riga?
Nah.
Okay, gotcha. You know what? You should be disqualified, but because you pronounced the name so poorly, we're going to let it slide.
Have a good one.
Bye, Armand. All right. The
There we
moment
go.
we've all been waiting for.
Let's do this.
Oh, buddy.
Last week's champion who's been focused the entire time. If you notice, he stopped saying words to the last
He
four.
was really
Well, no, because
concentrating,
like
I think.
you know, it gets tough now because I got to keep repicking.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
Oh, so people have said the town that you wanted initially.
I have to keep repicking.
I had to keep repicking.
Yeah.
I'm not falling for your trap, man.
No, I just asked a question. You had a town and someone picked that town.
Yes.
Multiple times?
Yeah. Twice.
Okay. Tommy,
Right.
where are they whining?
Well, this wasn't my actual pick, but it's close to my actual pick, so I'm going to go with this one. Based on my logic that these people could travel to these churches.
Okay.
I'm going with Chai Why You Lie.
Chilai?
Yeah.
But you don't think they're from Chilai?
Well, I'm just saying that's where. No, I'm saying that's where the post.
Oh,
is
the
from.
post is from, but they traveled.
Post
No,
is
but
from.
Chilai has one of the biggest Catholic churches.
I know, but I have to move it around because my pick was already
What, were you
taken.
going to take Churchville?
I'm not saying that.
I'm asking.
Oh, yeah, that's what he was going to take. Look at him freeze
no,
like a
but
bitch.
Dick Steve took my pick. No, I didn't say the pick.
But you said Steve's pick.
Yeah, but I didn't say the
But
town.
we all know what Steve's pick is.
That can't count. I just said Steve took my pick. Why is that a buzzer? I thought you had to say the name.
Oh, my God. How are you so stupid? You were almost there.
Stick around.
You were almost there.
How is this not a? Why is this a rule? I've never heard of this rule.
No, this has always been a rule.
No, it has
we have
not.
disqualified people for doing exactly what you just did.
No, I could say like you say another name, you get the buzz. But I said
you
Steve's
said
pick.
you said specifically Steve's pick.
Steve established that he had picked Gates.
Yes.
You then said Steve's pick. Therefore, you picked a second town. You were going to say, but then you said,
Well, I can't hang up.
Could you just leave? Go home.
I mean, I was letting a lot go there because you said like 10 times, I almost picked the town near this town.
Which I thought
you
was.
were dancing around it for a while, and I
Yeah.
was letting it go. But then you said the thing you can't say.
So I'm out.
I thought you were going to do it.
Yep.
And I was almost getting excited.
Yep.
I thought you were going to do it. Kimmy's premonition comes true.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm out.
Yeah, you're out. That's what
What
a
a shaft,
disqualification
man.
is. Stupid. Why would you do
Yeah,
that?
right in the brown.
You did it to yourself.
This show sucks.
I agree with you. This show sucks. But despite the show sucking
So
hard.
I'm out. I just got to sit here like a.
Are you still talking? You're out.
like a dunce?
Can we hang up on him? Are you out? You're out. He's out. I should be more overjoyed, but I'm bothered
I
that you
am.
were
I'm
almost there.
disappointed.
You were almost there, stupid.
Didn't
Okay.
get a prize anyway.
Just to recap,
Used to get Mama Son.
I go back and do that show then.
I can't. It's in Miami.
I am in Irondequoit. Pete is in Greece. Barbara is in Pittsford. Chris chose East Ave. Cody, counting Catholics, went with East Rochester. Alex is in Spencerport with her farm grandma. Ben's out in Fairport. Peyton is in Penfield because it had Penfield vibes. Christine said Henrietta, hung up the phone, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
Steve chose Gates, going where all the Catholics are. Armand went with Churchville, not Riga. Riga?
Yeah.
And Tommy chose Chilai and then proceeded to disqualify himself. So the back-to-back champion vibes shot in the ass.
Right.
Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Give it to me. Come on, Kimmy.
Hey, if it's my pick, I should get a star.
No, that's what a disqualification is. You don't get a star. Stupid, bitch-ass, ho DQ.
Well, it's okay because Tommy wasn't going to win anyways.
Oh.
And I don't think any of his picks were, but I'm not really sure. We'll find out in a second.
Okay, what do we got?
Because they whining in East Rochester.
Damn, Cody.
Wow.
Cody.
Damn.
Well, he argued that you had the two Catholic colleges right there, that it was Churchville, USA, even though Churchville is a different
Yeah.
town.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it's not the most out of the way, but it was East Side. I told you.
Okay. But it's not a really east side
West
town.
Side Island.
East Side. Where is East Rochester again?
I understand, but if
What's
you
the
look
name
at
of it?
but if you look at it, it don't look east side. That place looks west side, bro. All the way through.
Okay, folks are already now coming after the commissioner.
Why?
Danny writes us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF. The easiest way to get it.
Yeah.
The commissioner needs to be banned. She was targeting Tommy. She was trying to get him disqualified. That was not a
Doesn't matter. He
deserving
wasn't gonna win
disqualification.
anyways.
Tommy's
And he didn't
Army's
fall for
back,
my trap. He did it to himself.
He did you too.
Well,
There you go.
if Cody shakes up next week, he is going last.
Oh, good.
You're back to your number 1 spot because, again, puked all
Oh,
over
by
yourself.
the way, 3rd star for Cody.
No kidding.
Damn.
So he's only 1 away from you.
2 away from you, dick.
That's how math works, yeah.
Yeah, not bad for you.
All right, let's take a break. We're talking East Side, West Side here.
Yeah.
Only an East Side town would have something like this.
Oh.
And the fact that any town in Rochester has something like this is insane. We'll tell you next here in the break room. On CMF. cities have these. Like major, like artistic cities have
Okay.
these.
Yeah. Art towns.
Yeah. I didn't know towns had these.
Oh.
But I guess if a town is going to have one of these,
Mm.
it's going to be an East Side town.
Yeah, it makes sense.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, according to a story on 13 Wham.
What'd they say?
Last night was the final performance of the season for the Penfield Symphony Orchestra.
What?
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it was Monday. I'm sorry. They presented from Beethoven to Mahler. Did I say that right?
Wait, they did some Mahler?
Mahler?
I don't know.
Okay. That was last night. It was the fourth and final concert of its 69th annual season, the Penfield Symphony Orchestra.
So Rochester has their city one. right?
Rochester
The big
Symphony.
one.
Yeah.
That's the big one.
RPO, yeah.
It can't be the same style.
It's
It's
a-
got to be like high school kids in and
No,
out.
I'm looking at pictures of it now. It's grown-ass people playing all kinds of classical instruments. It's a 90-piece orchestra.
Wait, they got in what town?
In Penfield. It's a Penfield Symphony
They
Orchestra.
got 90 people that could coordinate and do that.
I don't know if they're all from Penfield, but it is the Penfield Symphony
It's got to be volunteer.
Orchestra. I don't know. 252 WCMF 2529263.
There ain't no way you're getting paid to blow tuba in Penfield.
I don't know who this tuba character is. No, look, I am just I would also assume it's volunteer, but I don't know. I mean,
I didn't think towns had this stuff.
neither I've never heard of
There's
this
a
before.
90.
Could it be a mixture of like the older set and also maybe like high school kids who
Gotta
just
be-
want more
no,
practice?
you're
'Cause, like, there are
saying
kids
this-
that go to school for this kind of stuff that maybe like this is like their outside of school activities.
Okay, so the featured performer last night was a Penfield High School student who
Yeah.
apparently is a master violinist, but everybody else in these photos,
Yeah, it looks old.
older.
they're all older cats.
It's got to be a hobby.
Yeah, I mean,
Like where else you get your outlet for that
yeah,
crap?
that makes sense.
The conductor is in a tuxedo with tails.
Oh, the maestro.
Yes.
You know, you had to call him maestro.
There is the who plays, what do you call the guy who plays the timpani?
The what?
The drum.
Percussion.
Oh, the dum dum dum. That guy.
He's in a tuxedo with a bow tie.
By the way, that's the one anybody could do.
No, they
You
play
think you could keep a
multiple.
rhythm?
Bro, they play one boom.
No, they don't.
boom,
They play
boom, boom,
multiple
boom.
percussion instruments.
They definitely don't do that.
Bum, 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 bum.
He's not even hitting along with his own
No,
rhythm.
but
that
it's like
he's
you're
making with
it's
his-
like you're opening up a Chiefs game.
Everybody is in tuxedos.
Wow.
This is insane. Holy crap.
What?
I just got a shot of the whole stage. It's 90 straight up old. Sorry.
Older people.
Yeah, older people.
So where are they doing it?
I don't know.
It's got to be inside. The weather
Yeah,
sucks.
I would guess maybe it's like the high school.
By the way, who goes to it?
A lot of older cats in that. They had a crowd shot too. Everybody you would expect to go
Yeah.
to the Penfield Symphony Orchestra.
But you're too cheap to go to the one downtown.
Well,
Maybe
this
they
is
go
just
to-
a local one. It's, you know, if you live around the corner.
They could go to that too. And by the way, maybe they charge admission. I don't know what it costs to go to the Penfield.
I hope
Symphony.
it ain't much, man.
Kimmy, can you Google it and see if we can come up? Is it free? Are there ticket prices? They got.
If it's more than $10, you're getting shafted.
Oh, 10, actually, 10's higher than I thought.
Me too.
$3.
That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, you got to rent the room, right?
Or do you just make? Oh, well, if it's a high school though.
Oh man, I didn't know that towns could have a symphony orchestra.
Because I don't think Pittsford has. When you think like Snooty-ass Pittsford would have one.
You're falling behind. So you don't have the cachet of Fairport anymore.
No, we have 2 retired maestros in Pittsburgh that are like known around the world.
Wow, Who
That's
are
pretty
they?
big.
Who are they?
I don't know.
They're known around the world. You live in Pittsburgh. You
I don't
who they are.
know the
Who are-
orchestra.
You literally just said they are known around the world, and you can't give me the name of one of
So
them.
there's 2 renowned maestros that have retired and live now.
What are their names?
Larry Petrowski
Shut up.
and the great Ramstein.
The Great Ramstein.
He
Was
goes
he,
by one name. He just goes by Ramstein.
was he a magician before he became an orchestra leader?
He did come up through the magic ring.
The Great Ramstein, ladies and
You
gentlemen.
don't think we got 2 maestros in Pittsburgh?
Did you just watch a German documentary? Is that why you came up with Ramstein?
Quite possibly. I'm
Okay.
watching this thing on war right now.
252 WCMF. We are talking about the Penfield Symphony Orchestra. 90 people deep. These are all adult-ass people
Man,
playing.
and that means you got to practice and coordinate all that.
No, I
mean-
think you just show up and pull.
Yeah, but that but
No,
practice,
that's your mom. Dog, 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 dog. Dog, 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 dog. Ah, dog, 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 dog. Ah, dog, 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 dog.
Tommy Millet, the one man show.
Really good at that tugging. You were saying?
I don't even remember.
Yeah.
There's something about you're like you got to show up and practice. I'm like, yes, I bet you that's what they look forward
But
to.
they're like the commitment you would have to make.
It's part of doing this as a hobby.
But think like people do that for a living. Like they sacrifice their lives to like get
But
to
this
like
is-
that that point.
Yeah.
You're just doing it to jackasses
You're
in
doing it because you
Penfield.
enjoy it. You like music.
What does like a cellist make for the Rochester Philharmonic Orchestra?
She can't make much.
Well, no. Did you say she? Why did you want to? You always go he.
Yeah.
Why did you assume the cellist was a female?
Oh, I think a lot of those people
The chicks usually are
are
cellist.
involved in a lot of projects musically.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's all, if they're getting paid for different jobs that they do or what.
So, like, do you come here to Rochester? You play in the symphony orchestra. You get paid a little bit of that. You do
would
lessons. You
think
get paid
so.
for a little bit of
Or
that.
do you bounce around?
Well, how would you do that if you're practicing?
No, is it like maybe you move like for the
Well, like-
seasons like this? Like
Oh, symphony season.
Yeah.
When's that?
I don't know.
Do all of the people who play in the Rochester Philharmonic, do they teach at Eastman? Is that
I
like
know, like,
Oh, there you go.
I do know that some of them have involvement with the school.
Okay.
You would
but I don't
think.
know. But
They
I don't
play
know
there.
to what extent.
So I do know one professional cellist.
So
Not
do
me.
I.
Do we know the same professional cellist?
Yeah, it's the one we follow on Instagram
Yeah.
because we know her. Can I say lover or is that bad?
You can call her whatever you want.
Hey, she's a lady cellist.
Yes.
Most of the cellists are women, basically because how you have to hold the instrument.
Oh my God.
God, you make everything weird.
No, it's not weird. It's
The whole thing from start to finish has been weird.
No, but her name's Natalie, and she like tours with like bands that need cellists.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
oh my God, who she
Or
was?
like they'll play on tracks and stuff.
Yeah.
But she was just on tour.
She's a
with-
hired gun.
It wasn't. It was like a classic rock band. It wasn't Alabama. Why am I blanking now?
ELO.
No, it wasn't ELO.
Electric Light Orchestra.
Electric Symphony Orchestra.
Orchestra.
You idiot. God, now I'm blanking. But no, like I mean,
Yeah.
this woman gets to travel all over the country,
She makes
all
a
over
good
the world.
living.
Yes, and like she gets to do this for a living, and
They're
like
involved in all genres of music too.
it's really impressive.
Yeah.
But like I don't know. I would think like living here, if there was a living to be made, well by doing it. You know what I'm saying?
But
I
who
don't know.
would pay you like that much money?
Well, I think there's a lot of money in it.
And like the RPO, like
Think
they
about it, you're dealing with a lot of rich people.
and they sell the like those. I have had to go to like a symphony before
Yeah.
because of my wife.
Ooh.
Shut up. But like those shows sell out.
Yeah, but it's like old rich people, right?
Again,
But like that, but your audience is dying out.
oh my God, really? Because I'm going.
No, but like you're-
Then they go to the Western thing.
Dum, 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 dum.
Paul rates us
Dun, dun, dun.
on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Tommy, the guy who can't remember the rules to a weekly game, says the timpani is easy. We come back, wrap it up. Hope Tommy doesn't say lover for the rest of the show next here in the break room. On CMF. Hey, it's going to be Rapperoo.
The old Tuesday
For
Reverie.
Tuesday Break Room CMF. All right, couple of things here.
Yeah, what's going
What
on?
are we laughing at?
I don't know. He's looking at me and giggling. He's been doing it the whole show.
We have
I
had.
don't know if you had an extra shot in your coffee this morning or what happened.
No, he's been Tommy Giggles all morning long. It's been a Tommy Giggles Tuesday.
I'm a very happy boy.
Happy boy.
Happy boy.
All right, so here is your PSA.
Yeah.
Today, the Gannett Nuclear Power Plant is sounding an alarm. It's test alarms.
So that's the alarm bell.
Yes, it is not an emergency. If you are out in the Ontario, Webster area, it is not an actual emergency.
So chill.
The 3 to 5 minute alarm will be tested at 3 o'clock. And the reason we bring this up is we talk about it every year, and every year they blast the news. Hey, this is going to happen. And every year, Facebook, what is going on right now? So it's just a test. It is just a test around 3 o'clock if you hear the alarm go off. Jolene's on her way in.
Jolene. Don't take my music away, girl.
She won't. She's got 10 songs for you right in a row.
Bless her heart.
Jolene, 10 at 10. So we got to get out of the way for that.
Yeah.
For Kimmy,
Yeah.
who I don't know if you love or hate Giggly Tommy.
She just hates all Tommies.
I think I like it. I think I'd prefer Giggly Tommy over Grumpy Tommy.
Grumpily Tommy? For Tommy
Nobody
Muley,
wants the Grump Master.
the Grump Master.
Ooh, that's a name.
Talk about Grump Master Flash. For Tommy Muley,
Yeah.
who's nothing but a giggly boy. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.